All right, well, I will just state for the record then that my name is Michelle Marino, and I'm here interviewing Virginia Blankenbaker. And today is Wednesday, October 17th, 2018, and we are at your home in Indianapolis. Mm-hmm. So I think we've got all the paperwork signed, so we're good there. Right. So I'll just start with some easy questions to begin with of when and where were you born?
I was born right here at Methodist Hospital, March 29th, 1933.
Okay, wow. So long time Indianapolis resident.
So not only that, my mother had 7 children, each about 2 years apart. They were all born at Methodist Hospital.
Wow.
Is that amazing?
Yeah, where did you fall in the lineup of siblings?
Right smack in the middle. And it was evenly, 2 girls and a boy, then me, then a boy and 2 girls. So I was really like an only child growing up. Does that sound sad?
What were your parents' names?
Charles Joseph, everyone called him Pat. He was a popular personality in the neighborhood and also in Indianapolis. He was a member of Rotary and on the bowling team. It just seemed like everyone knew Dad, and everyone who was who later said he used to be their 4-H leader at one point. And then Mother was a music major from Butler University when she met Dad, and quite a good pianist and really brilliant in Latin. So any of her kids that took Latin excelled in it.
Wow.
But Mother was a homemaker all those years. She went from being a city girl here in Indianapolis to a farmer's wife.
That's a big change. Yeah. And what was your mother's maiden name?
And her name was Hessler. So Frances June Hessler.
Okay. And now, did you grow up on a farm? Is it Canby?
Well, it's very close. Yes. It's, it's kind of a farm in Marion, right here. And now our address was Indianapolis, Indiana always, Decatur Township. And we were at the farthest southwest corner of Marion County. Okay. Very southwest of the airport.
Where that would be today. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Where's your family from originally?
Well, always right here. Dad was from Kentland, Indiana, was a very good student, math and science, but also an all-state football player back in the 20s, or 19, because he was born in 1900. So if you think about that, 1900, he wanted to live 100 years, and he died on the farm gardening at 1998.
Oh, wow.
But he then went to Purdue on a full scholarship. And was what they called a running tackle then. And after Purdue, he joined something called the Decatur Steelies, which was before the what's the Chicago team now?
The football?
Yeah, football team. Isn't this
Bears.
Awful? Bears. So that was the Bears were eventually moved to Chicago, but it was the Decatur Steelies became the Chicago Bears. So he played there 2 years. They only got paid for the games that they played. So then he said, what do you do after the season's over? Mm-hmm. And he was offered a job, and he began teaching school. Okay. And Westfield is where my parents met.
Okay. So you obviously have long ties to Indianapolis, but how did your family get to Indiana originally?
Interesting. They ran this much I know, they ran what's it called, a grist mill in West Virginia. That's how Dad came here. I don't know how Mom got here. Yeah. I wish I'd asked her, now you want to ask all those things.
Sure.
And I haven't gone on to find the background. I know some people have. But Dad's family came when Indiana was opened up, I think as a state. Mm-hmm. Let's say his great grandfather, but Irish. They came from Ireland there, and so they came from, and I'm not sure in Ireland. I think it's south, but it's they were farmers, and during the potato famine, that's what took them on that awful boat ride to West Virginia, where they ran a farm.
Wow.
Yeah. And then Mother's always was a professional. Her mom and Dad were both a beautician and a barber in a little town, and it was Covington, Indiana. They came to Indianapolis and started the Indiana Beauty College, which I don't know if it's still in existence, but she thought, well, there are little towns everywhere wanted to have people who were professionally know how to do hands. They learned cosmetology, they learned electro something or other where you could remove. But anyway, every time grandmother would come to visit, we all wanted a permanent. And if you could, I had really white blonde hair, and she'd leave, and I'd have this little pretty straight hair pinned over at the side. She'd leave, and I'd have this frizzy stuff all around. But we thought that was big time that she'd give us a permanent.
Yeah, I bet.
With one of these machines that set over the top of your head.
That's fun. Now, maybe you said this. Your maiden name was Murphy, is that right? So that's your father's name. Okay.
Yeah.
So you just said you had siblings and about all 2 years apart there?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. How would you describe your childhood?
Oh my gosh, I think about that a lot because I really was. I kind of tagged along with the boys. My oldest sister and two oldest were always helping Mom. And I would think about summertime. In the winter, school bus pulled up. Mother had 7. You know, when we were all in school didn't have kindergarten. It was 1st through 12. So when all of us were going, we'd have a first grader and we'd have someone that maybe is the 10th grade. And we all had to carry school lunches. It'd be too expensive to buy them. Mother would be making these sandwiches and of course making sure we all had our socks ready and did we wash enough of them. And, it was, I thought later we were always well clothed, warm, well fed. Oh my gosh, because they had the most beautiful garden in the world and that was their Mom and Dad's hobby. And I remember winter would be studying the seed catalogs, and we could always pick out maybe a flower or two to plant. And so Dad was very project-oriented, and then he'd go off to work in downtown Indianapolis.
So he had a farm and worked in Indianapolis? Yes, and he worked in Indianapolis as accountant. Then after he stopped teaching, he was offered this county agriculture job here in Indianapolis. Someone named Mr. Abbott was there as a county agent, and Dad was appointed as the boys 4-H agent, and also kind of a horticulturalist, and he did everything, I think, but an educator. And so did he get into education after he quit football?
Yes. Well, yes, he was actually an education graduate from Purdue. You know, I mean, it was math and science.
Okay.
And especially was good at math. Oh my gosh. I just think back about how Mom and Dad's script, their handwriting was so beautiful, and how, you know, writing was such an important thing way back then, and now people don't even know how to write.
No, I don't even think they teach cursive in school anymore.
And I'm having trouble, like if they'll say, what is your phone number? I'm thinking, wait a minute, what is my phone number? I never called myself.
Yeah, right.
But how things have changed, and some of the letters that my oldest daughter especially has written, and then Betsy's written some really nice letters, and how precious they are, and very telling. But I was talking to my oldest daughter, I said, we're not writing letters anymore. And you know, they are beautiful when you pick one up and read maybe thoughts about what's going on. And
right.
But Mom and Dad were, Mom made sure we had music lessons and piano lessons. I always was in 4-H, and my oldest sister was kind of the junior leader, so she was kind of would boss me around about helping, you know, what would I do in the summertime, what do I need to do, and that's why I could show you this historic picture that's on the Indianapolis newspaper in 1945, and my daughter brought that up. She said, why do you have this in the cover? But anyway, it says the Yanks defeat the Japs, and they used Japs. And then everything was people dying, and over here on the other side was a column about some of our soldiers were so desperate they were drinking their own blood.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm reading that, but in the middle of that, I had won blue ribbon at the Indiana State Fair on my, it was a pint jar of red raspberry, or no, purple raspberry, regular raspberries. And so here it was. I thought, that's the only good thing on that. Everything else was war news, but it was and so when I entered the legislature, one of the reporters had just gone through some old historic things, and he said, they've reprinted this. Did you ever see it? And I hadn't. And so he brought that article in.
Oh, wow.
And the way he knew that Murphy was me was my father was my first page at the oldest of the first page. They're always little kids or high school kids. And I said, well, my dad said, what do I get now that you've been elected? And he said, I contributed $15. What do I get? And he said, aren't you all crooks? I'm laughing and I'm saying, well, let's see. So I talked to Bob Garten. I said, is there a chance my dad could be my page?
Oh, that's neat.
So this reporter knew of Dad because the newspapers interviewed him a lot about gardening, and he was kind of the Mr. Dirt back then. And anyway, that was fun.
That is fun.
And I have it now hanging right around the corner
Yeah.
here.
We'll have to go look at that in a minute. So how did World War II affect your childhood?
Really, like I hardly knew because we didn't have TV, and we had one radio, and it was always in the kitchen, and I got to listen to it on Sunday, Spike Jones and the All-American Band, and then some symphony music. And but didn't really know much about the war going on, except I know that we had these blackout, they said we were near the airport and there could be a chance, so we should have these blackout shades pulled down. But didn't really, we had rationing. I'll tell you how it affected us in a way. The rationing, a lot of people who live in the city couldn't get some of the things they would like to have, butter as an example, and eggs, and sometimes really fresh meat. And I don't understand that it was rationed. And where Dad worked was in the Federal Building, and it was like the third floor of the Federal Building downtown, still there. I think where Sarah Barker Evans just is no longer the federal judge, but he was in that building. And when he'd have to do the half day for the office on Saturdays, one time, some of the workers there, cleaning staff, would say, Mr. Murphy, because he's always said, do you have a farm? And is there any chance that you ever have butter or eggs? And he said, oh my gosh, yes, we do. Or maybe he took them in some, I think.
Yeah.
But they would order, and on Saturday mornings, Mother would, we'd have 4 shopping bags and eggs that were just ready to go. They'd been gathered within a couple of days. We had a big hen house. And then, it was amazing. Churned butter, the old-fashioned way, because we take turns doing that as kids. And she made the best butter, and it formed it into pounds, and she'd weigh it on a baby scale. And then they wanted fryers, which is interesting. So she addressed chickens. I think, boy, she worked. But we'd go up on Saturday, and about 10 o'clock, the people would come in the restroom, ladies' restroom. They'd be illegal. They'd probably now, and Mother, with whatever kid needed shoes, was the one that was with her that day. But we'd be there, and all these dark-skinned people came in. That's the first time I really saw people who were skins darker than mine, and they were so kind. Yeah. And they bought us shoes, which was really good. We had money, and then we went.
Yeah.
Went to there was a shoe store, and I just can't say the name right now. I was about to say it, but it was really Stout shoe store. I think some of the Stout family still lives here. And we go to Ellis Ayres to get our 4-H fabric.
Oh, okay.
And if you down the basement was less expensive. So
Well,
anyway, all good. They did that for years.
Yeah.
That's what I know about World War II. People couldn't get some of the fresh food. We didn't have markets, just if we wanted anything out of a supermarket like flour, sugar, the nearest was probably 10 miles from our house.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
When your older siblings weren't old enough to be drafted or anything like that.
They fell too young.
Yeah.
Too young. Trying to think when Patty was like at Purdue about the time she was the oldest, and I entered in 51, and she was like 7 years older than me. So
yeah. Okay.
If that makes sense. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think she was 7.
Who would you say were the most influential people in your childhood?
Well, it's certainly my parents were, I know that, and then my piano teacher, but most of all the band teacher. When I was in 4th grade, the school you could try out instruments, and I knew I wanted a saxophone. My sister had a saxophone, and I played the piano, and I continued those lessons, but I picked up a saxophone. Dad found one, bought it for me, and or maybe a Rotarian game we won, I don't know. But anyway, I started with the saxophone, and my band teacher was really, I think, my good health. This is the only, I've always been healthy. I've never had sickness until this crazy cancer. I suppose we live long enough, we'll have something like that. Treatable, not curable yet. But the interesting thing is that we would, every day that the weather was nice, even if it was cold, we would be out marching.
Wow.
First thing in the morning, 9 o'clock. I mean, we'd had, the bus would get there early, and then we could go on the stage and dance, and kids, there was a jukebox there. But other than that, I try to think how Mother kept us so busy, and Dad too. Dad always said in the summer, what projects are you going to do today? What's your plan? Which is kind of interesting. And Mother, of course, she just wanted us out of the house because there was enough washing and other things going on.
I bet.
And Patty's job was kind of to be the second mother. And Dorothy was always reading, and she was an intellect. I think she was a very good saxophone player, and didn't like it when I challenged her for first chair in the band, which I was still in grade school. She got really upset. But
And what are the names of your siblings then? I don't think I asked
oldest
that.
was Patty, and she's passed away, and Dorothy, who's passed away. Joe, who lives out in Avon on a farm, and is a veterinarian. And then me, and then Bob is out at Avon too, worked for my brother's company. And then Rosemary, who lives up in Wawasee. And then Nancy, who passed away of Lou Gehrig's disease, of all things, who was a pharmacist and just the smartest. She, a reader early on and always reading books. Mother was always a reader. We'd go to the state library. And on Saturdays, that's another thing we did after we got our cash. There was shoes, fabric for 4-H to sew, and I sewed all the time. That was a fun thing to do. So I think part of it is, I know as I got older and had kids, older when I was married and had children, and I'd see kids at the swim meets, and they're running around doing nothing, and they'd see mom sitting over there needle pointing or doing something, and I said, well, I'll tell you what, we'll start a 4-H club. So I started a 4-H club here in the city. And when I taught at Day Adult, I'm skipping, I know, but
that's okay.
when I taught at Day Adult High School, adults who had dropped out of high school or even before because of juvenile delinquency or pregnancy. Back in the 70s, you couldn't go to high school if you're pregnant. If they knew you were pregnant, out. And so this Day Adult was funded by Eli Lilly Company. Just amazing, the good things that company does for this city that is never known. But they funded that for, I'm going to say 10 years, and then the funding ran out and IPS didn't pick it up. But kids would go then to the Day Adult school on, and I would work with that group of people when my kids got big.
I didn't realize that that's what that was. I knew you had taught there, but wow, that's interesting. Well, jumping back to your childhood real quick, what understanding did you have, if any, about your family's politics or political beliefs when you were growing up?
Not much at all. Really interesting. Dad, I know, was asked to run for township trustee once, and I think they always voted, but I didn't pay attention to why they voted. I remember Dad did not like New Deal programs, so I figured out he's a Republican. And yet, he was for women to have rights. And there's a story attached to that, too, which Mother just laughed at when again it dealt with children and consent. When it's been raped by a family member, we don't, in the legislature, that doesn't ever happen, you know. I said, my husband, who's about as conservative as they get, knows of 4 people in the Marion County Jail. He was public safety director then. He knows of 4 people who are there because of raping a child that lives in that house. And I said, and we have laws that nothing can be done. That child now becomes part of the juvenile system, and the system, the judge had strong feelings one way, and what you do, the school system, is that they bring that child into the day adult program, and people like me work with them because you're not allowed to talk about any other option. And anyway, Dad asked me on something, how are you going to vote? And I said, well, how would you have me vote? This was like he was 96 years old. And it was to kill some really bad legislation that was bad for women, I felt, for me. And I said, it's not bad for women, it's taking away a woman's, who am I? I could be the most pro-life person in the world, and I am, but who am I to make a decision that all those people in this room, so I said to Dad, okay, here's what I would vote. Who am I to make a decision for people, because I don't know what they're dealing with. They have to make that decision with their minister, their healthcare provider, their whoever, or if they're smart enough, they understand. But that's not up to us. And so I said, how will you have me vote? And he said, well, and he was getting shorter as he got older. He stood at the dining room table out on the farm, and he stood up, and we're all sitting around there, and my kids too. And he said, just take your time. And he said, look around the room. And he said, now how many men are in the state senate? And I said, 42. So there's 8 women. And I said, yes. He said, so take your time, look around. And he said, well, you just say this. I see 42 of you that wouldn't even know what a person would go through to even have to consider this, because it was outruling all abortions. And he said, there's 42 of you that wouldn't know that what a person would go through to have to even consider this. And Mother couldn't believe it, because she never heard Dad ever talk about abortion, ever. And anyway, that's exactly what I did.
Wow.
And anyway, the bill still passed the Senate, got to the House, and they added some other language, even worse. So it came back to be voted on that amendment, and this is maybe what, I don't know if what Larry Borse, or Maury said, but they came back and that amendment was thrown down, making it even worse. And I'm looking at that, and I called the legislative helpers, the lawyers, in. I said, can we get a quick amendment? I said, I want to know, if this passes, how much would it cost the state? If the state's now responsible, because they're saying that this many babies are killed every year from abortion. So I said, so if this 11,000 babies are born, and the state's insisting they be born, and I said, this isn't even pleasant for me to talk to, because I have 5 kids. I don't even like to talk about this, but I said that, who are we, so who's going to pay for this? So I said, the state owns this. So the state requires this to happen, of you, then we're responsible for the cost. And I said, how much would it cost if we have to educate these kids in healthcare up till they enter public school? And they came back with that, and Larry Borse, who was a finance chair, and Maury, who was the budget chair, they look at that, and they're talking to each other, and they turn around, they said, Virginia, that's brilliant. They said, you just killed the bill. They were supporting him too.
Yeah.
They were supporting me on that. But they said of course the state should be in. They said this would kill the budget. Look at this, what it adds. I don't know why we don't continue to talk that way, but we tend to get so where we can't put ourselves in the other person's position. So, and I know I'm religious, and I know that for me how I feel, but
It's hard to legislate someone else's life.
no, how do you do that? You don't.
Yeah.
Well, and don't we have enough problems with chuck holes and high funding? If you need funds that we're going to generate, it better be for road work, bridge work, places that get, where the bridges fall and kill thousands.
Yeah. Wow.
So anyway, that's...
Well, that's interesting about your father's stance that
Yeah,
late
but
in
wasn't
life.
that, yeah, in 96. So 2 years later,
Wow.
I was talked into running for Congress, and he had gone.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, so you grew up then on the farm. What schools were you in? Decatur
Township, and there was
Township.
one school from first grade through 12.
Oh, that's right. Maury had told me that too.
It was, and so band was a big thing, or choir, and I just loved the band, and it just really made you feel to be outside and marching, and that health of the body movement, and then the good physical education class. I liked that a lot, just again for it kept your body healthy.
Yeah. Okay. As a child, what were your views about the state of Indiana or being a Hoosier? Is that something you thought about?
I didn't really.
Yeah.
No. But I know a fourth grade teacher took us to our class to the State House, and I really liked that. We toured the downstairs, kind of a museum was at the bottom of it then, and dark, dank area, and then up, but we didn't get to see the sensation or anything, but we kind of got to see what the feeling was, and that's what I learned, that these are people who make laws for you and your family, and I paid attention to that, and that was fourth grade, and I'll be darned, I was elected class president. This teacher, when they do this, and then she gave me this book, and I think I still have it. So you were elected, and she talked to me about this is really serious. If you're elected a leader, then you need to care. And I thought, boy, what a great lady she was.
That's
Kind
interesting.
of neat. You have to care for the people. Yeah.
So teaching that at even a young age.
So you're 10, maybe.
Wow, that's neat. Now you said you then followed your father's footsteps to Purdue and your sister?
All of us could go to, the fact that he worked for Purdue, we could go tuition free, which took some money off. You had to pay for your room and board, but it really did help. And so we had projects that helped. That's the way Dad and Mom put away money for us for college. I know that they bought some kind of insurance policy for each kid through Indianapolis Life Insurance that would pay something at 18. And that 18, it just came due at 18, it's called, then I don't think they even have that, but it'd be something similar to the college funds now, except, and they weren't taxable then, I don't believe. But all 4 years, yeah.
Wow. What type of things were you involved in at Purdue?
Oh my goodness. Well, so I was at the band in high school. I really liked, and class president.
Or maybe when did you graduate high school?
So in 1951.
51, okay.
And so I was a cheerleader, but I also liked to march in the band. So this was a little silly, but I did it.
At college?
At high school.
High school,
This
okay.
is getting close to college.
Okay.
So, but this is a little bit silly because I would have, just about 12 minutes before halftime show on the Decatur Central gym floor or outside if they're marching in a football game, I'd run to the restroom, change it to my band uniform, and come out with my baritone sax. And then do that. And then the minute the band, I'd race to the restroom and throw the cheerleading back and go back out cheer. And I thought, that is, why didn't everyone hate me in school? But anyway, I think they thought it was funny.
Yeah.
At least later I thought that was not. But it, you know what? It just filled something. I liked doing it. I liked the exercise of both things. So at Purdue, I thought I'd take the baritone sax. Well, the school owned the baritone sax, so I'll be back to the one I own, the alto. And but Purdue didn't have girls in the band. It was our OTC band in 51. And so I tried out for cheerleading, and I'll be darned, I got elected. They chose one cheerleader that year off of they had 4 returning cheerleaders, and I got to be a cheerleader. Yeah. So they had 5 girls and 5 boys, and I did that each year. And then my senior year, I was doing student teaching, and it got really heavy duty. And I said that when it's ready for basketball season, I said, I'm 21, and we know I'm going to be married, or I'm getting close to being married when I graduate, and let the alternate come on, and that person was so happy, So that's when you learn if you pass it on to someone, and so I did the student teaching really big time, and loved Purdue. I ran for office my freshman year, and it was treasurer, and was elected.
Wow.
And again, it was just. It was kind of other people doing something clever. One of my dorm people in Doomey Hall was really good about writing music, and she said, look, we're going to put someone up, okay, Virginia, you said you'll do it, okay. So she's going to write a ditty, and she wrote a ditty of vote, vote, vote for Jenny Murphy, the girl with lots of personality. And we went around to all the housing units with this little group of girls singing this, and I was supposed to smile there. It was kind of like one of these TV ads. But anyway, I got elected, and treasurer does nothing. They meet with the dean of men then. And then I got elected again the next year, because who wants to run if you don't do it? But anyway, I was cheerleader and doing that.
Wow.
And but I worked on my grades, because I said I don't want to be known as a cheerleader. So I really worked on my grades and had the biggest grade improvement from my freshman to my sophomore year.
Wow.
Pleasure sorority, and they had a great study table. It's like.
What sorority were you in?
It was called Pi Beta Phi. Okay. And probably the reason I pledged them is that 4 of the cheerleaders were Pi Phis.
Yeah.
Little political. So see, there's little politics and everything.
There sure is. So you were an education major then?
Yeah, in education, yes.
What did you want to teach?
Well, home economics is what my home ec teacher said. Especially she said, you love all the 4-H projects. And if you're here in Indiana, they head that up at their schools. And but I also like math and science, like my dad, and then I got an elective in economics, and I loved that. I didn't even understand what it was. Never had that in high school.
Yeah.
And really thought, wow. So how do you? And so I took another economics class with a person. I mean, it's all good from another country. I think it was from Saudi Arabia who was teaching it. And, said, if you buy anything right now, I'd say if you had $100, put it in Shell Oil Company. And I found later when I was asked to be a stockbroker, or see if I could pass the test to be one and study for that, that company became another company, and it was like that $100 would have been multi-million.
Yeah. Wow.
He gave good advice.
Yeah.
Taught us about good cheeses, and anyway, it was a good class.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think I read an article at one point that you really respected. Was there a female dean who?
There was. Well, the dean of women, which was quite interesting, and then this dean. The assistant dean was Celie Zissis was her name, and she was really. Both of them were. Dean Schliemann, head of the women's students, had served in the World War II, was not married, and looked like everyone's grandmother, and she loved. For some reason, she really gave me attention, and she talked about, goals. Like I was as president. Oh, so I ran for. I was then secretary of the women's students, and then president of the women's students my senior year, and with that we got into more. I hate to use, it's supposed to be a bad word. Progressive is supposed to be a bad word. I thought it was a good word. When you're looking at what can you correct? What would make life better? And I know one of the things that we worked on was hours for women, that the men could come and go whenever they wanted to, but women students, they might be married. They might be, or get engaged. They might be, and they go home for the weekend. They come back, and if they are 1 minute late, you are campus, it's called, where you can't go out and you have to sit there. And I thought, this is so silly. And so got busy with that, hours, and then also wives of students who could enter, if their husband is enrolled in Purdue, they're in married housing, instead of the mom, and they don't have children, she could go classes too. And so they had that if a family is paying for the tuition, that person. So on that, so that's outside of kind of the immediate student. But Seeley Zessis really worked on those things with me, and both were very influential in my life, political life from then on, and contributed. When I ran for office, here comes a check from Lafayette, from Seeley Zessis. Both of them came to my wedding. I didn't send out invitations. Wedding was in Lafayette, and they both were there with gifts, and nice.
Wow. It sounds like you were busy at Purdue.
I was busy, yeah. And then people say, well, like nasty article, because Sweezy says scatterbrain. Oh, and then someone said, is she, the woman that ditzy was a word. But you know what? You can tell a story. And as I do, and I'll get back here, I'll tell the story and I'll say a little sidebar and back to it. Is that ditzy? If it is, I'm guilty.
Oh, goodness, no. Well, as you're getting involved in running for various, offices in college, and even as you're sort of maturing, in what ways did your awareness of outside politics evolve?
Not at all. Which is also interesting because I don't think the sorority house even had a newspaper in it. If you took the campus, paper was there, and didn't think much about, just paid a little bit of attention to the one. Maybe someone would get the Indianapolis Star that was sent to them, and then you'd read what was going on, but not a whole lot.
So it was you
knew about the wars going on, the Korean War, but not a lot about that and why. And Dad and Mom would get they would get in conversations back home now a little more because we weren't little kids anymore. We would hear and talk about.
So did you have a better sense of kind of what they believed and what party?
Yes, I did, very definitely. And I know that Dad is very much an educator for environment. They did a lot of mulching. They didn't potato peelings when we peeled our potatoes. They always went out to the mulch. They didn't go,
like composting or things like that.
Composting, for the garden. And so they did that. And I know that Dad was really concerned when they started. And what did he call them? Kennedy's fields, because he was paying farmers to take down the fence rows, and then you get more dollars per acre for your crops. And Dad said, yes, but it's true. What he said became true. No more bluebirds in Indiana. Bluebirds housed in the fence rows, and the brown thrush, another beautiful bird, housed. They always were. They were low-level birds that loved the fences. So he felt, and the rabbits, all these things disappeared because you took down the fence and you planted right to the road now. Yeah. And then the next thing that came, and this is where we disagreed with Maury's family. They were really big dairy farmers, but the disagreement was they tiled all through their farms, and there's a natural topography of farmland, and we had a creek running through ours that had little fish in it, and it wasn't some places deeper than other places, but it was a great little spot. And and that gets to you, they're right to your farm, everyone's tiled, and then there's a problem because now the water, it's no longer it's not in your creek, they're tiling, attaching it to wherever existing file, so you get kind of exempted from that for a while. But then eventually when the city wants to take over your land and they tile it and, make it so that it's like flat like the airport.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's so it's kind of, you lose the beauty of the land, I guess is what I say.
Yeah.
And while fields are beautiful, green, and the corn and all that, but now it's just level.
Yeah, but to have the rolling hills.
And you're no longer taking care of the nature that's there. So that's what they were very much about, taking care of. And Dad said, you leave it always better than you found it. And that was one of our family mottos. Leave it better than you found it.
Yeah. Wow.
9 of us using one bathroom. Okay, guys.
Probably a family lesson you had to follow there. So what happened after you graduated from Purdue?
Well, then graduation, so I'd fallen in love early senior year. I got a diamond from, he was one of the candidates for treasurer the freshman year, but we met our junior year. And then I go into that, and that's kind of in the book, that 2 of our very best friends went on to become the dean of School of Graduation, the dean of School of Education at Harvard. Pat Graham, she's retired recently, and Lauren, who then went on to a naval career like my husband John. I'll be darned, he then left after he got out of the 3 years in the Navy, destroyer. He got a doctorate in the history of Russian education, which is what Pat's father taught at Purdue, and he became one of our nation's top Russia science people, and with a joint professorship at MIT and Harvard.
Whoa.
So Lauren and Pat, I just visited in May this year.
Wow.
It's great to see them.
What was the last name?
Well, she is Graham, G-R-A, or Lauren, she was Alberg then, A-L-B-J-E-R-G, and he was Graham, G-R-A-H-A-M.
Okay.
She was a Pi Phi in name only, but she was a town girl. And so I lived with her my senior year to save money. Her mother was also in the Dean of Women's office, and she said, why don't you invite Virginia? It'll help her save money for her wedding. And I made all the dresses, my dress and the 5 bridesmaids' dresses.
Whoa.
And did my student teaching at Manual High School, which was, got it all done.
Wow. So were you engaged in your senior year? Or?
My senior year, about in November.
Okay. And what was his name?
John Bowerly, B-A-U-E-R-L-E, from Fort Wayne. And he was going into a Navy pilot program, and we ended up at graduation. He graduated in the morning, I think, and I in the afternoon. We were married at 5 o'clock, but with his Aunt Edna coming down from Chicago to play at our wedding and at the Lutheran church.
That was all in one day?
All in one day.
Oh, my goodness.
But we got it done. And then because he had to report to Pensacola in 2 weeks. And, less than that, I think. It was, and in the meantime, the home economics school, the dean there, she said, you won't believe this, but we do have a job. We did find a job in Pensacola. It's the only home economics job they have. It's at Brentwood Junior High School. But they want you to also teach math and science. I said, is this amazing that you have minors in both of them? And so Purdue, I said, I am a big cheerleader for Purdue. They, they went the extra mile. I didn't ask them. I didn't say, can you know anything about Pensacola, Florida to them? But they knew they knew their students graduating. And so that was great. So we did a quick honeymoon to one of the state parks, and then got in his car and drove to Pensacola, Florida.
Wow.
And then I taught the year, and he did his flight training and then advanced training in Texas. And then Susan, oldest daughter, was born in Texas, and Corpus Christi, Texas, and then.
And what year was that?
And that was in 1956.
Okay.
So 55, June graduated, taught the year. In May, and here's the other lucky thing. It's such the principal where I taught. I come back from Christmas vacation back. We came home to visit with family. And I thought I'd had the flu. I threw up all the way back. And so I'm back at school, and finally the teacher's lounge, I'm finally, there because I feel awful, and I'm going to the eyes, ears, nose, throat doctor. And later on she told me, we all knew you were probably pregnant. And everyone's laughing when you said eyes, ears, nose, and throat. And anyway, so then the principal said, normally fourth, we're supposed to teach, we don't let teachers if they start to show, but she said, you're so little and you're not showing. And she said, you just stay right until he finishes his training. And so I finished the year. She's born September the 4th. And he was then finished his, we had a Navy housing there, and finished his duty and got his first choice, which was Coronado Beach, California. We bought a home and settled in, and 6 months later he was killed in a collision.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah.
So no, and I was just taking care of a child.
So did you stay in California for a while, or did you come home with family?
My parents came out and brought me back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
And it's still to this day, and especially I was rereading last night, and it made it wrong. And
yeah, I bet.
And yet, how good people were. I was offered several jobs when I came back here. The teacher I did the student teaching under, Lafayette, offered me something. I was offered and almost wanted to do it, but I couldn't figure out what. They said Susan could be in the child care there at the Purdue.
Wow.
Had a child care center. They offered me a fellowship in. I love chemistry too, and one of the nutrition. She wrote one of the books that all colleges were using, and there were fellowships in study of amino acids, which is a protein, and offered me a fellowship. And so I had that, and I had and then I had worked at Ayers in high school and college, and they said come back and talk to us about that area. But this is where my farm background was so full because of all the projects. And then I was Stokely Van Camp's home economist, was a friend of my teacher, lead teacher at Manual High School, and she told me of a company buying out another supermarket chain here, and they wanted to hire a kind of a public relations person. And she said, and I think I think it's not like a 40-hour week. And she said, you should talk to this person. She's from Atlanta, Georgia. She's the home economist with them. And I said, well, that's all right. And so I'm like in April, I'm back, he died in March, back in April in Indiana and May and interviewing and sad. And this woman says, when I interviewed, she said, we'll give you flexible hours, which is a salary. Benefits, they don't even have benefits. I thought benefits is called Colonial Stores out of Atlanta, Georgia, and they were part of a huge southern chain. They were buying these 8 Stop and Shop stores here, and listened to what she said, and I thought that does sound good. And so they said you have a baby, you can do flexible hours.
Wow.
Talk to women's groups if they want you, or schools, so we had several speeches I prepared for it, had some television interviews, and I could do that and talk and not get emotional, and it was good.
Wow, that sounds kind of like a dream job to fall into with where you were in your life.
Flexible hours in 1956, whoever was 57 then, who would ever think of that?
Yeah.
And then that's where I met Richard. He was one of the supervisors that came in, just the youngest of them, and he so quiet, and I was grieving. I think they all knew that. But anyway, eventually he asked me to go to lunch, and then he saw my mother and I shopping in one of the stores, and he asked about Susan. And so of course, he had already known, because I think that the gossip of that office, everyone knew what was going on. And eventually we went to lunch, and then he drove over one Sunday and took Susan and I to get ice cream, and and so a little romance started then.
Wow.
And then in actually January 2nd, 1959, I think we had to buy the marriage license like December 31st because of being closed. But anyway, we were married at the Presbyterian Church with my sister Dorothy and her husband witnessing, and then I quit work after that because I wanted to just be a stay-at-home mom.
So where did you live then after you got married?
And then at the Meadows, which were really where young people lived, the Meadows Shopping Center, which is 38th and roughly rural, or
Okay, yeah.
and I don't know what it's like there now, but I know it's pretty. I think it's pretty. A lot of shootings and not.
Yeah.
I think we haven't done a good job of taking care of making it better than we found it, as my dad said. Yeah, that's too bad.
Interesting. Yeah.
But we were there, and then we looked for a home. Then I was pregnant. I thought, well, he's like 29 years old. He probably can't have children. He had been married for a short time back in his like 1920, and I thought, probably can't have children, I guess. No, wrong. So married this January 2nd. Sharon was born December 14th, second child. So that was the right thing to do, is I think not go back to Purdue. And
then you had 4 kids together?
Yeah. Then just every year and a half. Yeah, so there are like 4 little ones, and then Susan a little bit, just kind of like 3.5 years older. But I'm thinking, whew, and they keep saying, how did you do it with no help? And I said, well, good farm living, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
And then, it's when we lived in Devonshire, Threbe, in a home there on 6337 Brokenhurst Road. A precinct committeeman came along, and I signed up to be a Republican there, to vote Republican, which was interesting because I thought that's what my parents were. and it was really interesting. We lived there and had 4 children, and then we knew we had to get a bigger house. There were, 3 little bedrooms.
Yeah.
And with that, we moved what we were going to build, and we looked at building way out, like in Noblesville or someplace like that, Westfield. And then a friend, the same friend that wrote the little ditty when I was at Purdue, lived on Washington Boulevard in Meridian Kessler. And she said, you know what? Look at some of these old houses. They are selling really cheap. No one wants to buy them. They're afraid, the changing neighborhood. And I said, you've got to be kidding. She said, well, just come and look. And so she said, there's several in the paper. She said, I'm cutting them out for you to take a look. So I talked Richard into it. And the one was on Meridian Street, 5019 Meridian Street. And the 5 kids toddled up and did up the stairs. They each were picking a bedroom because there were like 6 bedrooms in that house. And marking them. And Richard said, well, we're not ready to buy yet, kids. We can't do it. And then the neighbor came out, and he said, his name was Bernie Morgan. He was a car dealer at the BMW and I think all the foreign cars he was in charge of. You want more coffee?
No, I'm still good, thank you.
Anyway, he said to Richard, I put in an offer. They have it listed at like $42,000. I put a ridiculous, and he said, just say something like $36,000. And Richard wasn't sure, but then the realtor came over, and Richard said that to him. He said, well, we would take it, because the family wants to he's been transferred to Ohio. He really wants to get out of it before winter. and I could see why, but that's what happened. We ended up in Meridian-Kessler, and when you live in Meridian-Kessler, then you really get involved in what's happening in your neighborhoods. It's a richer more culturally rich. It was just, the school was great. It was all good. The kids could walk to school, walk home for lunch, and I thought it was all good. And all my friends that lived in that area, well, Jean and her husband, the one from Purdue, they were transferred someplace else. But my very best friends, who was another precinct committeeman who'd come to call on me and get me up. And then the church, we got involved in the church, Methodist church. They have all moved out. They've all moved to Washington Township. And I just felt kind of sad, that people were moving out, and they wouldn't say, that we're a bigger house, because you're in a pretty big house. And well, that's it. They wanted just a new house, brand new house, and build it themselves. And so we put her roots down there, and then I did the PTO thing, and again became president and first head of some of the activities there, and just things that where your kids are. If your kids are going there, you go there with them.
Right. So still very active in community things. And now I know Richard later got involved in politics, but was he continuing in his same job at that point?
We had Richard. So what happened? Those stores were all bought by that Colonial Food Store, and then there was what's going on was a bigger merger with a food chain from the east. And that chain bought the Colonial, because they were owned a lot of. What they did was what kind of Trump does. You buy something that has a lot of cash in it, property and then you borrow the money against it. Who's that?
I think there's some people working down on the deck down there.
That's right. Oh, my son said they were going to come down here.
Yeah.
Good. Oh, great. Like that. He went to see his girlfriend in Columbus, Ohio. So, anyway.
So you're talking about the mergers of the groceries?
So they closed those 8 stores, then it got up to 8. And Richard said, I should got to figure out how to buy some. And I had some money, a little bit of money, and I loaned him, and my dad gave him some money, and he bought assets from the first one, which was 52nd and Keystone, and now it's you can see what it's kind of like an AP type of store, or more like, well, I try to remember, it was more. Anyway, it was a smaller, but big supermarket, a lot of everything you wanted in it, plus a butcher, and. Then he bought another one, and then ended up with 5, I think, altogether.
Wow.
And about then, Bill Hudnett was running for mayor, and he tried to get Richard he met Richard through Church Federation. So Richard was involved with the PTO. He had not gone to college. He started working in supermarkets when he was 12 years old. In high school, transferred to Indianapolis. His parents were divorced. His mom had some kind of mysterious weakness, disease, and her doctor sent her to IU research, and it turned out to be something called myasthenia gravis, where you lose your muscle control. And but he brought her up here, like at 18 years old. No, younger than that. He was in high school, 16 years old, and he enrolled in night school at Tech, and Joe Amelia worked for Stop and Shop. Then he hired Richard, and then he and Joe Amelia were always very good friends, and another supermarket owner. And but he never was involved thought politics was a dirty thing. Just always he thought you could pay off judges here. He said, I know you can pay off judges. That was way back.
Yeah.
And, if you had so much tickets or something, you could get. And I said, you've got to be kidding. And so he did not feel good about politics. And I said, well, I'm doing this fundraiser for Dick Lugar, and I think that was way back. And I think you would like to meet him. And so, and sure enough, Richard, he did like him. He said, well, he's a good one. And then he, through his church work, the Methodist Church, he was a lay leader of the church. And then he learned to be a leader. You know, he'd never done that. He'd never had any of that. Got his high school degree out of tech at night, continued working as a manager of a store, and just always did it the hard way. But then he got this volunteer work, and that was just something really he was enjoying. And after I was elected to the legislature, Bill Hudnut called and said, I've asked him to be the public safety director, and he just laughed at me. And he said, what could I say to get him to do it? And I said, if you said public service, he'll do it. And so he asked Richard in a different way about it. It's really needed because there was a lot of conflict. We had a good reputation in the black community, and they needed to get someone who could calm down the community, and it'd be a great public service. And he said yes.
Trick them into it, right?
Yeah.
That's funny. Okay, so
Well,
before you've talked so it sounds like you were involved in a lot of volunteer organizations and charities and things like that. How then did you become more seriously involved in politics?
and I mentioned that in that little book too. The first was when you challenge someone who's speaking at your little neighborhood meeting. I went to a Republican neighborhood in Meridian Kessler with a neighbor who was a Republican. She said, well, go with me. And guess who was speaking? Was the current state senator. And that person was speaking to this group of about 12 people in someone's living room. So it was kind of a small enough occasion, but was saying some things that were absolutely not the truth. And I said to Sue Townsend sitting next to me, Sue, that's not true. You're at School 70, I'm at School 70, this is not happening. And she's saying this is fact, that this is happening right there in our own neighborhood. And Sue said, well, say something. And I said, oh, and then I said, she said, and the kids are carrying, and some of these kids that are coming in from being bussed in, which they weren't, they have these combs that have forks on them that they stab kids with. I said, not true. Who are you? It's what the person said to me. I think that's when I got involved in politics. And I said, I'm very active. I have several children at School 70. We do not have any kind of violence there. I said, I'm really active there. And Sue said, president of PTO. 4 kids there. And I said, you know what? Don't say things like that if it's not true. She said, right here, it's in my notes. I've had reports. And that's how she treated it. And it was not like, oh, I'm sorry, what could, but anyway, that's what happened. And I thought, that was 72. Well then, like in 75 or 6, I decided to get a master's degree. So I had a teaching degree, then you had to get a master's degree that gave you a permanent teacher's license.
And was that at Butler?
And that was at Butler.
Okay.
And in, again, as I am working on that, someone had, how did this happen? Someone who was pregnant, teaching at the day adult school, said, could you substitute for me there? And I started doing that and liked it. And that's when I learned about the pregnant teenagers being kicked out of the school, and I asked my kids about it. I said, so it's Shortridge. They said that these kids are getting pregnant. This Senator Gubbins said the girls are they're teaching this in high school. She said they are teaching this sex education in high schools. And so I said to my 2 daughters, how much sex education do you get at Shortridge? They said, there's nothing. They said, if you take maybe family living, maybe someone might, I don't know. But she said, it's not in the health book. We all have to take health once. That's a credit. She said, it's from the belly button up. Yeah, they talk about the heart, the lungs, and the head, but they nothing else. And so I thought, I'm going to take that. So it's time to do the thesis. I took that, all those pregnant teenagers, because of all the sex education. And so I went to the IPS superintendent, and I said, this is what I want to find out, statistics. And again, he kind of laughed at me, Carl Kapp, who later volunteered my campaign when I was challenged in 1988, handed out in his neighborhood, and stood at the voting where you go in to vote. He stood out there as far as they made me stand, and which was quite good. But he said, here are the statistics, and he said, but here's a person you would talk to. Mm-hmm. Then I went to the State House, big move, and talked to the person who was head of, it's called the Department of Public Instruction, Title IX. And her name was Miriam. She had been a Sister Miriam. And Sister Miriam was now not wearing a Catholic garment anymore, but she's going out and doing her service, and she's quite a smart educator. Mm-hmm. She gave me the statistics. Again, she said, here's the approved book. And she says, you know who approves the healthcare book? She said she heads the textbook commission. She sacked it, and there's no sex education in the health books. So let
me just understand it. So Senator Gubbins is basically making the claim that people are getting pregnant because they're being offered sex education.
They're offering this, and it tells you how to. But I said, go to your, now they go to their, sorry.
Yeah.
And you're 8, probably. But anyway, so then you have to analyze the statistics to do a statistical analysis, which I did. And so I will be darned, in 1979, I get a call from at my home, and she said, this is Miriam. I just can't, 79 now, that was like, well, that's when I finished up my 78 or 79 is when I finished that degree. She said, here's what I think you should do. The election next year you should run against. And I said, you know what, it's too soon. I still have one in grade school, 6th grader, and 2 or 3 in high school, 1 in college. And maybe it's too soon. And but I said, I just think it's too soon. And she said, no, you could run. I think you could win. And so she's encouraged me. Well, then I get a call from someone else. And they said, it's 1980 now, and they said, you know, we're trying to find someone to run, Republican. I'm trying to find someone to run against her. And Tom Benford, who was president of the Indiana National Bank and the Speedway, who also headed up a committee, Nonpartisans for Better Schools, which was getting a group to reflect the IPS schools boards, and had supported me to run for that in the early 70s, called out of the blue and said, I've heard your name come up, and I think you'd get a lot of support. He said, I would support you if you'd run. And then I said, I need to talk to Richard. So I asked Richard, would you ever consider running? And he said, never. I would never run in politics. And then I said, well, what about me? Because we got to find someone good. And he said, well, that's not my idea of who he thinks would be good. And then he said, oh, you're serious. So, but anyway, then he said, we need to find out about it. And by the time we called John Sweezy, Richard helped raise money for the Republican Party, and he asked John if he would meet with his wife, Virginia, and John said, of course. And so we both went in, husband and wife, and he said, oh, I wish you'd come in sooner. He said, we've already slated. And that was before Christmas in so it was still 79, not even 1980 yet, I guess it was, right before Christmas. And he said, we did the selection, and, you know, she couldn't even win, you know, so that's it. And then I got to thinking about it, and I told his sister, Miriam, about it, and then I got other calls from people. My precinct committeeman called and said, she said, if you ran, I will support you, and I will resign from my position. And then the ward chairman, Alice Ross, called, and she said the same thing. She was an older woman, very much pro-woman and getting women in government, and she said, I'll support you. But you know, women who could sit down and talk to you and not tell you, but talk to you and listen. And so that's what, and then so I said, Richard, people keep calling, and he said, well, let's get our, always took a little vacation away from the kids in February for a week. He said, let's go over to Fort Lauderdale and do that and just relax and forget about it. And I talked to one of my ministers at North Church, a woman minister, I see her face and I can't think of her name this minute, but she's still alive. She said, I said, so how would I make that decision? Because I think I want to do it.
Yeah.
And Richard's not sure. And she said, well, when you go away, get it out of your mind totally. And then when you come back, you'll know for sure, because you won't be able to get it out of your mind totally. And that's exactly what happened. And so then I told the others, I said, yeah, I'm kind of thinking about it, but I'm still scared. Next thing I knew, I shouldn't say this, Nancy Pappas of the Indiana State Teachers Association called, and she lived in my district, and she said, I'm a Democrat, but she said, I know you're a teacher, and I know, I've asked a whole lot about you. She said, you know what, you'd get a lot of teacher support. And then Alice Ross called Marty Neal, who was the precinct chairman, who said, I'll run your campaign, and she was an organizer. And came out, and John Sweezy called her and fired her from Republican politics if she supported me. And Alice Ross called him and says, I've resigned. So it got that right away, and then all of a sudden people all over, precinct committeemen, were quitting their jobs to support me, which was really interesting.
Wow.
So still, you didn't know if I'd win or not, because it's a very, very Republican, you have to be a Republican to win in this district back then.
Right.
And didn't know if I'd win or not. But in that book, there's an article from the newspaper. They knew I had won when I had received in my own precinct, which was 2/3 Democrats and 1/3 Republican, that I had received 2/3 of the votes. And in her precinct, which was 2/3 Republican and a smaller number of Democrats, I won 2/3 of the votes. And this is something the newspaper had said. We knew that early on that's probably she had won.
Wow.
So that's the politics. And, you know, it kind of followed you, because in '88 it happened again. And then in '91 you get, I think, growing up with that big family in Decatur Township, where you learn how to stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. Wow. So, and that was for the state senate seat,
Yeah,
right?
state
Just to make
senate.
sure.
Yeah, state senate. Yeah.
Now,
And I never thought of anything else other than that.
So maybe this is a pointed question that you don't have to answer, but was it in part that you really wanted Gubbins out of office, or was it more, I think I can serve in this particular way?
Well, that's a good one. Wow. You know, I'd served as leaders in the women's, of the women at Purdue, and I served as, in little high school in leadership, and I just felt that, at least I knew enough about government. I know that you're supposed to be a government that represents all the people once you're elected, and I felt like we don't have to be so mean. We could be nicer. And so did I think I could do a better job? I felt I'd be more representative of the people, for sure. And no one else came forward, you know.
Yeah.
And I will just say this: after 3 terms, and kind of a battle for the first and the third were a real battle. Second was easier. And then I'm now. Richard had died right after that election. I mean, it really was tough on him, plus some other things that were going on in his life that that was a tough one. So when it came time to run in '92, I have to stop and think of this. '91, so I think was the mayor's thing, and I had a lot of encouragement to run for that, even though I didn't even announce until like February the 14th. And I did that just thinking it would be different. It'd be on a smaller scale than the legislature, but not really, because I focused on issues, but I kind of knew Marion County really well from having lived here all my life.
Right.
And I just thought the challenge of it would have been really, really good. So then when first of all, Teresa Lovers, who helped me, and her husband who was in the administration of Bob Orr, who I think has been our best governor that I've known. I'll get in trouble for that probably, but I do think that I believe in the citizen legislature process, and I believe that we should have a cross-section of a lot of kinds of people there. And I think that the older we get, we know where we are and how do we change on the issues if we didn't get in and fight and work for what we believed in then. So my son, youngest 5, said, "Mom, why are you even thinking about it's time to run again?" I said, "Well, Teresa called and said she wants to get started on my campaign and help me, and she's in the neighborhood, and she worked on my other campaigns, and I said, and he said, and didn't you always say you get in, you work hard, and you get out? And didn't you also say when you campaigned against Gubbins, 12 years is enough in the citizen legislature?" So it's you and your youngest comes home to haunt you. And so Teresa wanted to meet me at Patachu to talk about the campaign and what we need to start organizing and just thinking about. And she had 2 young children, and she gets there, and Jim had just given me that talk, my young son, and she says, so let's talk about next year. And then I said, I think that's a good idea. And she said, and would you use the same kind of committee as you think? And I said, well, what do you think? And I said, because what I think is I'm not going to run again, and I think it's your turn. At least put yourself out there. And she said, no. She said, I have like a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. No way. And I said, Teresa, you live 15 minutes from downtown. You know that. And you know if they go into night session, you can come home and fix Mark's dinner and you can be back. Or you have some really good sitters right there in the neighborhood. And she just said, well, that's not even an option. Well, I said, just think about it, because I'm not going to run. And I'll be darned. She thought about it, talked to some other people, and she said she would do it. And you won't believe, she had almost the same thing that I had. Party didn't support her. She's been a Republican all of her life. Grew up in Warren Township. Worked for Dick Lugar in Washington, D.C. And she has one of the most analytical brain. And is she exactly like I am on all the issues? No. You know, she has her ideas, and so, but they can go up or down. But what I do know is she's straightforward and honest, and she'll work really hard. And I'll be darned, she beat the slated candidate, and then serve a few more times, and now still serving in the state Department of Education. So she's a great person.
Wow.
And Mark, too, her husband, a lot of dedication.
Okay, so as you were initially getting into politics, and maybe even in that first campaign or during your first term, what were key issues or legislation that you championed or fought against?
It was education, and it was earlier, especially early childhood, that dealt with, if you're talking about kindergarten, first, second grade, have smaller numbers. I had some of my children, Betsy had 45 in her kindergarten, and first grade at school 70. It was just overcrowded. We had, just a lot of people moving in, but people, it just happened to be bigger families maybe, but they were still funding at that, they fund one teacher. And so I really championed, I ran on smaller class size, and the idea was, if you can't get it down to, I said, you start out maybe 19 per class, even if it's kindergarten, smaller, because you're constrained by building, number of rooms, then hire a second teacher, and the state would pay for that second teacher. Could we do that? And I'll be darned, Governor Orr jumped on the same thing, used it in his campaign. He said he supported my view on that.
Wow.
And that was one of the first things that passed, was that reduced the class size, raised a penny on a tax, and that was the fund lowering. I wanted to do it more grade school, but they could raise enough for K through fourth grade. And I don't know what the number is. I think they've changed that now. And a lot of it, we built up a surplus. Even with that, built up a surplus during Governor Orr's administration.
Wow.
And then they used that surplus later, to kind of pay for that program. And then use other do other things with it. I know the budget committee. You have to, I frustrated because I didn't ever get to serve on the budget committee. I chaired Health and Human Service, which all the issues came out of my volunteer work. Well, when someone asked me where you get it, I said, well, at home. Well, what I meant was what I do is volunteer a lot, and I did that before the. I was elected. Continued on some of it, but and it's really funny. Son Jim again was when I was moving out of the Meridian Street house. He was packing up, and he said, "Mom, this says you were Crossroads, which is rehabilitation center, volunteer of the year," and I said, "Oh yeah," and he said, "But it was 1964. He said, you know what happened in 64? And I said, what? He said, well, I was born. I said, yes, but that was November. So anyway, he makes honesty out of me all the time.
So education was obviously very important.
Those were especially, but then, I got into, because of working with prenatal care, I stayed at day adult until I think it was 83. And I found that it was getting a heavy bill load. A lot of the social services brought the bills with me, because I would then look for a Democrat to co-sponsor and kind of line up the votes there, and I could line them up on my side. And but prenatal care was always a good one. Anyone should have access to prenatal care. And then how do you get it? And without it always following on the Indianapolis taxpayers, because that's what would happen. I was for removing the trustee system, since we had welfare and Medicaid, we had a welfare system within, and we also had the Medicaid, which is a federal system for people with limited income. And some of those were really hard because a lot of legislators don't even know the difference between Medicaid and Medicare. And trustee's office, does a lot of, it's just like a cash cow to head the trustees department. Tax money goes in there, it's like a mill or something of our tax dollar, but that's a nice budget. No one has to ask for it. And I want people to use the system honestly. I remember the kid, I guess, I always put myself in someone else's place, and the kid that had AIDS out of far north.
Ryan White,
yes,
Cicero,
Ryan White. And then not permitted to go to school, and I was trying to, bring an awareness here, and I was trying to learn more about it, and this is blood transfusions. We're not, but some of them refuse to even consider, don't want my kids near them, anyone, and that's when I learned more about the gay community, and I was going to have that whole issue because they became very involved in it. A meeting at the State House, and people didn't want that to happen. They're worried about germs, and I said, well, that's fine. Then our healthcare committee will meet out at their association, at where it was 15th and something, and maybe let's see, we'll find us not very nice. There's a whole lot of things. Your neighbors are Republicans and Democrats. You're Republican. They have kids who are all sorts. So come on, empathize with what the individual could be going through, and then I always try to say, is there a way government can help or should help? And those are hard issues, and sometimes easier to not be brought to the forefront. But I think Republicans really lost a whole lot of support when we try to put people in a box. I really fear that the people, Republicans who really were originally the Equal Rights Party, has gone so far the other way that we're really the minority party now. Should not have been. Again.
What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, we're the minority voting party. I think fewer people are registered Republicans than probably Democrats. At least people that I know have been voting all their lives Republican because of family situation, other things have changed their mind. And a lot of it is, I think of our county chair used to say, all the school teachers are liberals and they're all Democrats. And he'd always say liberals. And I'd say, John, what is a liberal? Why is that a bad word? And I mean, is a conservative a bad word? I said, most of your school teachers who you say are liberal, most of them are daughters of Republicans. And I said, I just think back on people I know, they're daughters of Republicans. And so you're calling them now liberals. So you're kind of saying, we don't want you anymore. And is that what we want to do? Or do we want the teachers to be our friends as a party? So I was trying to get him to quit saying liberals or, well, he always said liberals as a bad word.
So especially when you were in the legislature, I mean, it sounds like at times you were at odds with certain parts of Republican philosophy, but at the same time, you said you had a very conservative voting record. What did the Republican Party mean to you, or what were the Republican Party philosophies during the time?
It's really interesting. I didn't pay so much attention to, I guess, being a part of who writes this into your platform and all that. Probably should have paid more attention to it. What I knew practically is if you're going to win then it was Senate District 30, you most likely would be a Republican. And I know I grew up in a Republican family, and I felt like I was always a Republican. And I felt, as my sister Dorothy stated in here in this recount when Senator Govins was in the same bridge group with her in Windham where they lived. And when she said, I hear your little sister is running, she's such a liberal, she can never be elected. And Dorothy said, my Dorothy, who was not politically astute, very smart though, she said, liberal. She said, she's so conservative, she's boring. And she goes ahead. This gets reported to me by another person I knew who was there at the bridge. She said, they don't have alcohol in their house. She's never smoked. They go to church, and they go to the church dinner, and they go home. And she said, that's what they do. She said, oh no, she's liberal. If she's running against me, she's liberal. So be it. It was just, and Dorothy just couldn't, she said, I can't believe I got in an argument with my neighbor who, was a chain smoker, I want to say. I would see her in committee meetings smoking.
Yeah.
And knitting.
So for you, it sounds like it was more about issues and more about...
Well, lives better. People, like my secretary, I said, I know that lobbyists won't want to come and talk to me. But there's also sometimes a mother of, and this happened with right off of Down syndrome, wanting to talk about when their children are older, what's going. And I said, so I always want the individual to come in to talk when we're up, in our office. I want an individual before a lobbyist, and that was kind of my philosophy. And I don't know, that's just the way I grew up. I think about my mom. It seemed like she kind of gave up her social life when she moved to the farm, because she was always very active in the West Newton area. What's it called? Valley Mills. And then as she got more children, they moved the farm when Dad bought that in 1937. And her life changed. But Dad always, he took, if we had extra tomatoes, he'd make sure someone who needed them had them. Or we had whatever we would have. We didn't throw things away for someone who needs it. And so he was a very, I think, taught that openness of helping people. And because he was a 4-H leader. And that's what you do with 4-H, you help other people. You become, and they taught, if you're a member of 4-H, you're taught to be a leader.
Okay.
My first elected, I just thought, when I first was elected to something that was not at school, and it was song leader of my 4-H club. They tried to have one job for everyone. It was my first year at 4-H, and I get to be song leader. They were elected, duly elected.
An important position. Well, you've talked a lot about some local and then state political leaders, Governor Orr and others. But as you're getting into the larger political realm, were there any national political leaders that you respected or followed?
Well, there were, Sue Collins was one of them who supported me when I ran for Congress. There was a group called the Tuesday Morning Group, and they were, she was one of them. And so, that's where I refuse to badmouth anyone's decisions, because I do know she's a very thorough senator. And of course, Sandra Day O'Connor, when she was nominated to the Supreme Court, everyone said, "Oh, she's so conservative," and you know what? It's too bad because she turned out to be one of the best Supreme Court people we've ever had in Indiana. Now I know some of the Democrats are going after judges, and yet it was just this most wonderful thing. One of my volunteer groups just in their newspaper noted that Jim Sweeney is the new federal judge, replacing Sarah Evan Barker. Jim Sweeney, I knew as a little kid who played at my house, whose mother and dad were very much contributors in their church and what they did, and kids were on the swim team with my son, and he has been a Teresa Lovers type of individual where he's been a good human being, and he's now like maybe 40, and maybe he's older than that. He probably is older than that. Yeah, come to think of it, he is about 10 years older. But anyway, that's an honor that he is. And well, would he always support exactly what I support? I wouldn't expect a Supreme Court judge to, but I do think he will do what he think is very best for the biggest number based on the law. So I just saluted. Now he's been nominated by someone, and it happens to be, I hope.
Yeah.
I think we're all going to be proud of Jim Sweeney.
Wow. So when you started campaigning for the Senate, how did you campaign? What did your campaign look like?
Just a lot of walking. And what's interesting, all the organizations that I'd been involved in, like Pi Phi, campaigning, and yet I was president of the Lum Club here. They call it the Junior Lum Club, and people who had never even, maybe some of them voted, were walking in their neighborhood. So it was a neighborhood campaign, and it was friends going out and talking to their neighbors about me, and that was the best. That was a really good idea. There was the budget set. It was not very much, compared to, excuse me, today. It seemed like it was $300,000 would have been, and I thought if you'd have, my mathematics was, I'd rather have 1,000 people giving $15 than 15 give $1,000. And people think, oh yeah, but you get to where you want to be if you get these $1,000 donors. No. $15, that person's going to vote for you. And that's what happened. I had notes from, some of them were teachers from all over the state, who, one of them sent a letter from Lafayette, and I probably still have that someplace, and said, I can't even afford this, but I am hoping you'll get in. Because he said, teaching I love, and I want it to be affordable. And there was a check for $15, but I got a whole lot of $15 contributions, and it was really fun because trying to remember Steve Stoughton, who'd served in the House of Representatives, who volunteered, I think, for the '88 campaign when I wasn't slated again. Now I'm in leadership in the Senate, and I'm not slated by the Marion County organization, and Bob Garten couldn't believe it, Maury couldn't believe it, Boris couldn't believe it. And so they said, we're going to go on your letterhead, and don't worry about raising money, because you'll get it raised. But by doing that, we started out, I think it was when Teresa was helping, we went down the letterhead with people their names went on it, then across the bottom, and then up. So, my little letter became just all supporters' names. Wow. And so that was a door-to-door campaign.
Why didn't the party slate you in '88 then? Or
that's where that voting, they said I was too liberal. That's what came out in the paper, and that's what one of the articles said, too liberal. And so someone pulled up my voting record, and they laughed. They said, show the, I think Maury said, show this to them. So, and showed that. And as Nancy, I'm sorry, that's another friend. Nancy Pappas was back because I'd authored the Martin Luther King bill for the holiday, and I was in the restroom at the State House maybe 5 years ago when they were having some kind of recognition. So I'm in the restroom out waiting for someone who's inside, or maybe I'm in, whatever, and someone's washing their hands, and a family member, and saying something to me, and I said something back, and then I heard someone say, "Is that Senator Blankenbaker?" And then I opened the door, and it was Nancy Pappas, who headed, I don't know if she's still at ISTA, but she said, she never, something about, to my grandkids, just love her, even though she didn't support us 100%. But that's, even though you didn't support something which would be maybe, I am really strong about review of teachers, and if you really get if you are alcohol, if you're alcoholic, you should not be in that classroom until you get straightened out. Things like that, and I knew of cases where that had happened with my own family, with kids who were in, and that was said, well, that's just what we do. We pass them from school to school until they retire. But anyway, there's certain things that I just believed in, and but you don't have to be enemies with the people who are on the other side of it. That's the other thing.
Well, tell me about the Martin Luther King holiday bill. You authored that, or what was your role with that?
For many years, and this came from Senator Lugar, who authored that at the U.S. Senate. So he sent, when it passed as a national holiday in the U.S. government, he passed it to me and said, now Indiana needs to get on board. I want you to sponsor this.
And was Katie Hall involved with that too?
Yes, she went on as a co-sponsor. Well, then, really interesting, because who was one of the, Charlie Brown, you know that name? Charlie Brown was honored that same day. He's up receiving for the Martin Luther King, and I'm in the audience with being supposedly in recognition as the author. So he's emceeing the program, and he's saying, he introduced this, and he introduced this. Well, I had too, in the Senate. But here's the history. He writes it one way, and but then he said, and then finally, after he had introduced it, he said, all these days, it finally does get passed, and I want to say thank you, Senator Blakenbaker, for this. But anyway, he got some kind of big trophy.
And you'd been involved in it from the beginning too?
Yeah, from the beginning. And Buscemi, someone named, is he still alive? I know he's on that list and he may have been the first one to say to me, let's do this, because we sponsored some things together. But yeah, Katie Hall, I just can't remember doing it. Julia would always come up to me and say, do you have any good bills I could go on? And I would find...
Julia, you mean Carson?
Carson, yeah. And so, yeah, it's...
Well, I think Katie Hall may have been more involved when she was then in the U.S.
U.S.
House,
that would be it. Maybe she was with Dick Lugar. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe so.
But it really, if you have a majority that probably takes, when the House here at State House could have been introduced. Someone say I introduced it there, Charlie Brown, and I introduced it in the Senate, and it would show. But I can remember Bob Garton saying to me when I said I won't be running again, and he said, "And guess what I've saved for you?" He said he saved Senate Bill 1 for me, so I could finally again introduce this, which was the Martin Luther King holiday, which did pass both House and Senate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, it's amazing.
But I was very involved in a lot of the with the centers here, with the it goes back to our kids in high school, grade school, and some of the community centers that were for just African Americans.
I think I saw that you were on the board of the Flanner House.
I was,
Yeah, some of the others too.
For several years.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
But you know what's going to happen? It's going to this. I fear my Republican Party. All of a sudden, they're going to wake up and they're going to see how changed and wonderful this country is. And it is. You know, I just think, and that's one of the things from the same fourth grade teacher I think about, taught us to have pen pals from other countries and pick countries that you would not have anything common with. Mm-hmm. And mine was Italy, and that's kind of almost at the World War II. And I had a pen pal. I was a boy in Italy.
Wow.
Yeah, and so, you know, I think when we get so hunkering down and angry, we're only hurting our own health. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm afraid that's what my party's doing.
Yeah, there's lots of things going on right now. We'll leave it at that for the moment. Do we need a break or anything? Are you okay? Or
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Maybe I'll eat a grape.
Yeah. Okay. So you win the election. Well, first of all, you defeat Gubbins in the primary, and then you go on to win the general, right? Mm-hmm. So what did you find, or what were you thinking as you walked into the State House that first day?
Oh, it was excitement. It really was nice. And you know, the people who helped me, the one that I know we had some pre-training, or here's what the legislature's like, and this is what, you know, your salary's $9,500, and but sounded pretty darn good. It's from January to March 1 year, and the next year is from, you know, the legislation is different. But anyway, and then you get what's more paid when you go to the committee meetings that are not on in the summertime. I mean, they're in the summertime.
Right.
And so that I thought it was a volunteer job. I hadn't checked into it paid. So those were fun. But you know, it was exciting. Of course, I knew Maury Mills, and he, very nice person, and probably knew some of others that were in Washington Township.
Did you have any political mentors, or was it Maury or others who kind of helped you learn the ropes as you got in?
I'm trying to think about that. You know, I think the educational meetings that we went to were very helpful, and probably I didn't really have anyone. I don't think I had anyone that really kind of took me under a wing, so to speak.
Well, you'd been involved in a lot of things. I'm not sure that you necessarily needed that, but
and so you really just want to, you know, do as well. Maury was always good because, you know, he was good. It was like, you know, you knew someone who was your sister's age and played the trombone in the band, sat behind you.
Yeah. What were the regular interactions like amongst members in the Senate?
In the Senate?
Yeah.
I thought good. I really thought. I thought really good. I thought, you know, I didn't tend to go to lunch with people or do, you know, I was probably reading bills at my desk and eating a sandwich there. I just didn't socialize. I guess I didn't socialize, and maybe that was bad. I never did anything after hours because home was 15 minutes away. But I think working with the others, you know, I thought all good. I thought people were pretty good. Your political people are political people. You know, Pat Miller's always going to be very, like much whatever John Sweezing wanted, she was, you know, involved with him and as a political person, but a really good human being. Very, you know, just very much believing what she believed. Friendly and good. So I thought that, and Sue Lansky was probably the closest one I was to, and I liked. There was some bills I worked on really hard when I chaired the Health and Human Service Committee. there was so much legislation I was carrying and involved in, and I would sometimes hand off something that I really cared about, which was vocational education, to like Sue Lansky, and said, can you carry this and author it? Here it is, ready to go. I have too much, and many other issues then. There was just, I became kind of, it's like Mother used to say when I was a little kid, you don't want to be a jack of all trade, a master of none, you know. But I really worked on something called Choice, home health care. And I think Dick Hunt was also the person who was a Democrat that was very much involved in that. And I believe very much of older people being able to stay in their homes, which they have an investment in, than going into what was called the nursing homes then. And I'd done some volunteer work in nursing homes and thought that's not always good for older people if they have family nearby and others. So that home health care became a really, really big one, and probably one of the most emotional issues that I worked on. That, chaired the committee, worked on it several years, and Dick Hunt was very much, we had the votes to get that through, and it was, there was, I don't know if politics probably was beginning to play a part against me, but it went from, then I sent it to the House, and the House added mental health also, which broke the budget with that piece. If you do this first thing on home health care, which is what we concentrated on, mental health is a whole different part and a whole huge funding mechanism. We could pay for the home health care. When it got to the House, someone loaded in mental health. It comes back to the Senate and said you can't call it down because it's going to, just like that, my idea of that abortion bill, that, you know, if this is what the state believes, you're going to fund it. Coming back with mental health in it, and there's no place in the budget, and we're in the final days of it. And I had to pass. The ethical thing was there was no money, because now it's the final vote in the Senate, and there's no money in it. And there was some dirty Republican politics involved in that, and it wasn't on my side of the aisle.
Yeah.
I don't mean it was not on the Senate side. It was happening in the House, and it was not very nice.
Yeah.
But then the House comes back, puts it in a different bill, and then someone else, of course, there was no bill, which was the Senate bill, gets now, you're voting for it, because yes, now it's okay, without the mental health in it, but it's in a different bill number. So it was just not a very nice, you know, it was kind of a mean thing, and some people, you know, I learned about that later, that it was kind of I think there's sometimes with the politics, I didn't vote for our budget one year, and it was, man, good thing I'm never going to run for office again. I guess it was in 1986, if that was a budget year. I couldn't support the state budget. It was down to the final vote. And I said in our caucus I couldn't support it. We had like 100 and, I don't know, let's say 59 teachers pink slipped in IPS, because once they know what the funding is coming from the state, and they cut funding from the state because many kids were being bused out then to township schools, and townships are gaining those dollars, but IPS schools will still have to run a building, and they can't pay, so they cut out so many teachers to be able to keep the buildings open at that time. And whether it's their right or not, they pink slipped 159 teachers. The budget comes through, and there is a, you know, I thought $3 million in it for a party house at the governor's residence. governor's residence wanted to build a separate venue there, so if they had big groups coming, they could just do it here and keep it out of the residence. And I finally said, I have to explain why my vote. And my conscience was, back then we were expanding downtown a lot with new hotels, new big ballrooms, and I said there's lots of party places in downtown Indianapolis. Don't have to build, we don't have to fund them as tax dollars. And I said I have 159, here it is, documented teachers that have received pink slips in my district. And I can't support the bill that supports a party house that we have never even discussed. I've never heard about it until it shows up. And so I vote no. Well, all H breaks loose. The next morning, I get a call at 6:30 in the morning, and my husband and I always had coffee up in the bedroom before he left for work, or either of us, and the phone rings, and I said, oh, it's probably Josie. She's probably mad about her party house. It was Josie. And she says, Virginia, can't we get together on this? Can't you get your teachers in, and we'll get the party house too? And I said, well, the thing is, part of it is they never discussed this. It was never brought into the budget. It was just slipped in there. Now, see, Maury, that's part of what so that's where poor Maury probably gave him a lot of heartache. Anyway, she said, Bob will talk to you at 9, okay? Of course, he's not going to. He's going to be straight down the party. He goes straight down there, and he takes the party house out of the budget and announces it. And 88. So now this next year is when you start campaigning again or get ready to run. And that's when they put up one of the attorney aides over on the other side of the aisle, Toby McClamrock, against me, saying that I'm too liberal, I'm not a party, I didn't support what they wanted. And so I guess when I was elected, I'm working for the district, is what I thought.
Yeah.
That's sort of the way it was.
Wow. So, yeah, politics behind the politics.
And I have to say this. I think Governor Orr was the best governor I ever knew. And I knew Evan By and Susan, nice people. I like them both. But I was served under Governor Orr a lot longer than anyone else. And he was just, I thought, was outstanding. And then I want to say, Josie and Orr, when I moved to the Overlook, they were neighbors of mine and became very good friends. And she needed a friend just to talk to sometimes.
Wow. So.
Very smart woman, strong woman. She should have had a life of her own. She could have run anything.
Yeah. So, wow. Well, when you did have a bill that you wanted to
back to that part.
No.
Yeah. What about the bills?
No. That's okay. These are the types of stories we want to hear. Well, let me back up here. What differences, if any, were there between members of the House and the Senate? What was the relationships like between the two houses or the two chambers?
Really interesting because. I knew some a whole lot better than others. Mary Kay Budak, good friend. I'd say probably one of my best friends there. And Sue Lansky was on the Senate side. And, of course, Bev Gard, smart woman and nice, and probably forgetting someone. But back in the House, I had several friends, and I'm just not remembering the names right now. I hadn't.
But you have relationships between the two.
Really good. As far as getting the bills worked on, they're really effective. Not the one from Evansville. I should look up those names again. If I had that,
I probably have it. When you served,
because there were because one blonde lady from, oh, you know what? I have all kinds of things here. We could look at. Go back here where I. Really interesting. It was, and some of
Lillian Parent?
yeah, she was,
Or,
she was, I think, in there for a couple times, but members of the
That wasn't the Senate
No, it's
there.
good. I'm gonna go over to the,
I don't know
Lillian
if-
was a
I don't know if I had the House one in
standing.
there.
Okay, maybe
That
not.
might be the problem. Yeah, I'd have to look too.
Member report, here's some HRs, that'd be no, that's me sponsoring them. Okay, yeah.
I can look it up back when I get to the office too, from
Yeah,
Evansville and
there
the
were
House.
several of the House members, I
Yeah.
was very good friends with.
Yeah.
But, I didn't tend to do a whole lot of, the after things.
Now,
I'm not really good with great big crowds, and because you're short anyway and you get lost. I used to say when someone say, well, I'm just a housewife, I say, don't say that. And I said, for years I'd be at receptions with Richard and everyone wants to talk to him. And then I was elected senator, and guess what? I became someone. And I said I was someone before. So when you say, I'm home taking care of my kids, and that's the hardest job of all. It is.
yeah. And how old were your kids by the time that you ran?
By the time I ran, Jim was like 6th grade, I
Okay.
think, say his 7th grade. And he was the one that was, as he's more on his own, he learned how to cook early on, and he laughs. He really laughs a lot about that.
Yeah.
And sometimes I know I was in a caucus meeting when he has suffered a head injury in a football game, and I didn't learn about it till I got home. Here, because we were caucusing through the dinner hour.
Yeah.
But then the others, wonderful thing is Richard would always bring the kids who were in college. Sharon was at SMU, and Susan was then working in Washington, D.C. for a congressman from Ohio. I think after she graduated from Miami of Ohio. But he'd bring them home for campaigns, and people really liked that, these kids showing up at the door to support their mom.
Uh-huh.
And they were good. They were
Yeah.
really good. They knew the issues.
Uh-huh. So they were involved too.
Yeah, they were very involved.
Well, you told me a little bit about this before I turned the recorder on, and then you've mentioned it again. How did your colleagues, and then also the media, or let me rephrase that. How do I want to rephrase this? Did you ever feel your colleagues or the media treated you differently as a female politician?
Well, some of the articles, amazing, and but that was when I was running for mayor. They were really treating me differently. How does a guy that's been a lawyer in an office and then a prosecutor have a lot more experience to be a mayor than a person who's chaired a whole lot of, big organizations and worked on all kinds of local issues in the Meridian-Kessler area when I was, vice president of something there. You're working on the roads, the curbing, the walking, lighting, a whole lot. But anyway, that besides itself. I did get a lot of press articles. Maybe everyone else did too, but people would ask me about legislation, and I would just say what I thought. Mm-hmm. And I know that this is interesting. In 1986, it dealt with the vote on the budget. Overheard at an A.G. Edwards finance committee, this is a company, an investment company, where the two managers, it happened his son-in-law was being honored because he was from Terre Haute and was being, for his production or something, he was being honored at a regional meeting. So these two managers, his office and the Indianapolis office, were talking, and and I know the one in Indianapolis was a real staunch Republican. I learned that later. But they were talking about they needed more women to be financial advisors, and the one from Terre Haute said, we need someone like Virginia Blankenbaker. She said she gets more press here in Terre Haute than our own senator does. So that was repeated by someone else too. And then that person told me that. I said, "Oh, you got to be kidding." And then this manager, and he said he was looking at hiring women for the Indianapolis office because he says women are, older women have money, they're widows or they've gone through a divorce and they don't know what to do if they do have some money. And they need someone they can trust. And I had just spoken out about that budget. And he said, like me, use my name. So this son-in-law overheard this. And I asked him and at the same time, one time I asked him how he got to be an investment advisor. And he said, I have a master's degree from IU, and it's all about math and investing and economics. I said, oh my gosh, those were always my favorite subject, but I never knew that you could make it into that kind of career. And he said, you should go in and talk to that Indianapolis manager. I bet you could pass the tests, because there's about 4 or 5 tests you'd have to take it. And I go in to talk to him and said, you know what, I've heard this, that you might be interested. He said, oh, yeah, I would be, and I'd hire you in a minute if you pass those tests. And he said, we can get this books. It's like and I said, that's nothing, that's like the State House books. And I chaired the Sunset Committee of the Health and Human Services and Education committees that rewrote the laws. And he said, past that, we would hire you. And he said, maybe after the next session, you'll have the summer off. And so in '87, I worked like crazy on our vacation, studying while Richard was fishing, and came back and saw they could test in Indianapolis on August 17th. I took the test, and A.G. Edwards got word that I passed that part, and I could still do the insurance test the next month, but they hired me for $15,000 a year.
Wow. And
knowing that I was still doing those 3 or 4 months in the legislature. And A.G. Edwards, the corporate office, do not like any political people to be involved in. They do not. They're very much hands-off. So I had a philosophy, if when a reporter would call me at A.G. Edwards' office, I'd say, I can't talk here. But when I get to the State House, I can talk, or when I get home, but I can't talk here. And then the same thing, I said, because I don't do A.G. Edwards' business at the State House. I don't do any business with anyone in the State House or this. And that's the way, but I loved that work. I absolutely loved it. And lucky.
Yeah. Well, how long did you do that?
And I did that until, which I told the manager I would not get back into politics. But this was, I was still doing that, ran for mayor, still doing it. And my clients were my mom, my brother, my son, and my brother-in-law, so a lot of relatives, and some small business people, and many women, a lot of women who we did kind of like one-to-one. And I knew exactly, it was like teaching a class to them and finding out comfort levels, safety levels. And but in 1995, I'm trying to remember this now. So I was 87, and the very next year, Richard died. I had that horrible campaign, 88. Richard died suddenly of a stroke. And an aneurysm in his brain. And it's like I needed all that acumen that I learned, everything I learned at the A.G. Edwards was helpful in trying to figure out finances for me for the rest of my life. And but I worked it there from 87 to '96, and I said, I told you I wouldn't run again after the mayor's thing, and I said, or to the legislature, and I said, state Republican Party called and said that the national had done, they knew I could win the Democrat seat, which was Andy Jacobs' seat, showing up of all the people, I would run highest on the Republican side and Democrat side. They put everyone in. And I said, and I've had calls, and I'm kind of wanting to do it. And so he said, bring someone in, and son Jim he had graduated from IU, he had helped with our business, and then he took the test, and then he took over my accounts.
Oh.
And I could leave.
Yeah.
So I right up to, they tried to do it 10 years, that I was there 10 years. I don't know if it went to the end of 96 or the end of 95, but whatever, I still was able to put aside money, save money.
Wow.
And that was very helpful.
So let me just get
and that's when I ran for Congress then.
Okay, so let me get the timeline straight here to make sure I understand. So you were up for re-election in 88,
yes.
But Richard had just died in 87.
No, he died in 88.
Oh, he died in 88.
And which is really interesting, all this conversation with the son-in-law about A.G. Edwards was in 86. And it was 87 that on vacation that I took all those books and was hired September to be an investment advisor. In September, he died suddenly of a stroke. In a year later, November 18th.
Wow.
He was in a city-county meeting. He was really exhausted when I, talked to him. And he'd had a root canal that after that had terrible headache. Don't know if that was a aggravator. He'd been in a motorhome accident in 67 and had a blood clot. And what did blood clot get? I don't know what, but he was really exhausted. And he was in meetings on salaries for the police and fire departments and renegotiating at the city county building at 9 a.m. after he'd been to the dentist. And his left leg, he said to Joe Slice, my leg isn't bending. Can't get it to bend down. Joe recognized that as one of the signs of a stroke and called, and they got him he was president of the trustees of Methodist Hospital at the time, and he asked it'd be more convenient if the ambulance took him to his doctor's Winona Hospital that's now Ezekiel or something else. But anyway, he went there because he thought his doctor could see him quicker than going over he should have gone to the emergency at Methodist, where they would have done the full-blown test right then.
Yeah.
But he delayed it for about 4 hours, and it started progressing. And then they thought it stopped. This doctor then did check him, thought he was okay, and thought he'd be home the next morning. And tough. It was a tough one.
I bet. So,
and that was 88. So we had that the election, 88, where I was challenged by, saying I'm too liberal. It shows my voting records. Sounds like I'm a real right-winger. Anyway, that was really interesting that someone was sharp enough to pull up the voting record and give it to this man, and shared it back with it. So anyway, we there was a whole lot of things that happened to him in 88, which I had documented in the book. Our home was. Do you want to go through all this? Part of it.
Yeah.
Well, in 89, the home that we lived in on Meridian Street, that we bought for like $36,000, and then of course inflation, then it got back towards being worth more.
Oh, I'm sure.
People no longer worried about taking care of big old homes, and great 2 acres of yard to play in, a good spot behind the garage, loved to garden, and then it was a decorator show house, and I didn't know this, in 62, and the people came back and said, we'd like to have a 25th anniversary and do your house again. So here's what it was, because it was pretty much like it was when they, in 62, so they, which was kind of a hard thing with our busy lives, saying to Richard, what do you think? Can we do this? And I said, they will put us in like an apartment, a furnished apartment, and they come in, and you can't say what they're decorating, but if you don't like it, you can ask them to redo it afterwards. And that's what happened. So that was 86. And then 87, went to work for A.G. Edwards, and this challenging, maybe that's about the time of the not voting for the budget. And the 88 was a spur of that, people knew. And then I had all kinds of Republicans coming to support, and Richard really saying, you're going to win this, you're going to win it the biggest ever. You know, that's really wrong. He just really campaigned harder than he ever had. And in July, that same year, he came home and said, I'm exhausted, I can't deal with, someone was stealing from our stores. They were the people he had hired to be the supervisor. The police showed him, and then the accountant showed him, was habitually stealing money out of the safes in the stores, different stores, 5 of them, and then putting IOUs in, that he's going to reimburse it, and he was a gambler. Anyway, disappointing. And he came home in July and said, I can't deal with the stores anymore. Can you take them over? Me, who hadn't been involved except doing payroll early on and some public relations type things, which I didn't get, that's for free,
Right.
But now to take over them, he can't deal with it. And he said, I'm going to take the dog in the motorhome and go up to this cabin that was on land that my another son-in-law owned. And he said, I'm going to just go up and work on the cabin and get away. So this July, he gets halfway up there to the Upper Peninsula, and he gets a call that his mother died at the nursing home. She was in assisted living. Turns around, after a 10-hour drive, he turns around, he's driving all the way back. Now that's August. September, he and Bill Hudnut and Lou Hensley and some other friends went to fishing in Canada. In October, later in September, he and I went to Hershey, Pennsylvania, to an antique auto show that we loved to go to, in a great flea market. And we did that. And he comes back and he's doing the public safety things, and it's time to do again, and has this stroke in November. So it went from one thing to another, to another, to another.
It's a lot going on. All right in a row there.
I know it. It's hard.
I bet. So.
And right after the election in '88, I get a call, and that's from an IRS agent saying, I know you've been going through she said, this is like Regina White. I'm assigned to do a complete audit of the Blakenbakers. You and all your legislative, any money anyone's paid you to speak, anything you've ever gotten from the state, whether you're home, whether they left anything and you gained financially that you didn't report from the decorator show house. So she says, this is political. This woman she said, this is really, and she said, and they want to do all of Richard's market basket. We'd never been audited in her life, and we want to do your personal audit. And she said, I'll do it at your convenience. When can we meet? And I said, well, the house records I do, and they're in a shoebox. The store records, but I told Richard I'd handle that.
So do you think someone had called you in for that?
Oh yes. She said this is political. She said they called during the campaign. I knew you were going through all this. Amazing. She also got in trouble because Actually, I had declared if LSRs left drapes, because they took down their opens, they left, and I declared that as income. Mm-hmm. I couldn't declare paint, the walls were in good shape. The cabinets, they took out my good cabinets that I had just bought, solid oak, and put in nicer. They said they were going to be nicer, but I put in the difference between the two. She said, when she got finished, she said, okay, I probably am going to be fired, but we owe you money. The IRS owed me money, owed the Blakenbakers money. She said, you had the one in college, you didn't take deduction for her health care. There was an expense, she had a big expense. And anyway, it was amazing. And she said, she said, you didn't, the drapes, you didn't have to. You had drapes up there before. So they got to put your old drapes back up, but otherwise, so we got like 2,000 some. But anyway, she said, I'll probably be fired. She said that to me on the phone. But she said, because they want me to find something in this. But she said, I could see this as political. She lived in Shelbyville herself. Now that's amazing. And I should have said her name. She probably, if she still worked there, she's probably in trouble.
Wow. So someone was just out to get you all.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, that was political.
Yeah.
It was political. And I got a call from a Republican leader in Wayne Township. And he said, Virginia, they check your taxes. He said, you live in the oldest house on Meridian. It was built, part of it was built in the 1800s, but the rest of it was upgraded in 1917. Mm-hmm. He said, you're paying more than either of your neighbors in property taxes, and he says, it's just been bumped up this year. He said, something's not smelling right. He was the assessor in Wayne Township, but he also detected a little nasty politics going on. So the home was bumped up, and I called, or you have to go down with all the, and they said, oh, I don't know how this could have happened. This is Washington Township assessor, very much a party person, and so, they're exhausting.
Yeah, I bet. It sounds like a rough few years there. So then you decide you don't want to run again, right? No. So that would have been
Well, it would have been,
So you were...
Yeah, 91 was when I then, said to Teresa that I wouldn't run again. I'm not going to do this.
Okay.
And I want you to consider doing it. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it was, she would have had to run in 92. Mm-hmm. Yes, because 92 was my last year.
Okay. So, but wasn't it about that time you decided you did want to try for mayor?
Well, that was before that, actually.
Oh, okay.
Because Bill Hudnett was leaving. Well,
that's
93.
Right.
That's
okay.
93. And, I have to... Isn't that something?
Yeah, you were still
I was
sitting.
still in the Senate when I was still in the Senate because I announced February 14th after talking to Bill Hudnett.
Okay.
He was more into the community, and he said we really need to do more within all the communities and protect and the road work and curbing and health. Indianapolis used to have a lot of healthcare neighborhood centers that totally got wiped out when the trustee's office became more powerful and Medicaid became more powerful. And then, people went to the hospitals for emergency instead of the local center, healthcare center. But Indiana had a pretty decent healthcare center.
Wow. So I have to admit that I saw this fantastic mayoral ad you ran on TV where you were playing basketball.
written by Betsy and her husband Tom Griswold, he still is on a show here in Indianapolis. And they felt that, the ads need to be, show more the fun side of me, and came up with this, and they produced it. And they had to sell the idea to Teresa. We need to, get her ads. And what's really funny is Diane Simon, who I had met through my daughter. They had homes on Sanibel near each other, Captiva, that were next door. And got to know Diane when they had little children, and I had grandchildren, and just had the best time, and good people, really, really neat people back in the 90s. And she said, I'll loan you the money to do the ads. So she put like $15,000 into the campaign, which I paid her after the campaign's over.
Yeah.
She said that, when they say we're going to give this as a loan, then it's all gone when it's over. You don't have any money left.
Right.
I said, well, I did have money left. So I gave it. And she said, this has never happened before. She said, well, thank you. But they are just, they liked the different type of politics. And I also talked about downtown establishing where there were still lots of workers downtown in 90 and 91 and 2, and they're developing that circle, so kind of the downtown mall area.
Yeah.
And I said that have childcare incorporated in there, so parents who work there, I said it's not all men that work now, and sometimes men are the caregivers, but the child can be, if they're not in preschool or kindergarten, can be left there. And I said, and maybe adult daycare too, because we have also moms, people taking care of their moms. They really liked that idea. They liked it. And I said, with that, if the idea, get it incorporated into the thinking of our leaders, then tax credits can be given to businesses that establish on-site or near-site daycare.
Wow.
Yeah, and they really liked that idea, and they supported me 100% for the mayor's.
Wow. So it sounded like that was a close campaign.
It was close. It was very close. And then there's articles about Louis wanting to see if we could get together. Well, they, at the most places, most states, many states or cities, I would say, the top two candidates then run. And we don't do that. Here, the top two candidates were on the Republican side. Louis got 19% of the votes. And not a whole lot of people. It wasn't a big turnout, but 40% and 40.9 and like 19, I think, was what I had been given.
Yeah.
And they knew that I would get because I had such a strong in the center part because of public education.
Right. So what happened then when you got out of the state Senate up until you decided to run for U.S. Congress?
Yeah, I worked really hard at A.G. Edwards and loved it.
Yeah.
Did some little bit of volunteer work. And Steve Stoughton wanted to start this women's fund in Indianapolis, and he named several people to help with that. And he had seen, Steve Stoughton had been a House Budget Committee years earlier, and then he's the one that called and said, I'll chair he was no longer in the House. He had young children and didn't want to do that anymore. And he said, I will chair your campaign if you run, against the slated candidate in 88. He said, that's ridiculous that you couldn't, and I had a lot of people like him. But anyway, Steve then helped start a fund and I think it was out in Colorado, but he's got involved in starting the Women's Fund. He got a group together, and we worked on that too. And then I was getting so involved with A.G. Edwards that I told him right up until they named the official Women's Fund, and now it's part of the Indianapolis Foundation. But anyway, that was a kind of a thing I worked on right up until I said I need to just concentrate on one thing, which I did.
Okay.
And then I got the call from the state Republican vice chair who told me about the polls, two national and one IU poll that showed I would win the congressional race if I would enter it, and they were encouraging me to enter it. And
that was in 96?
96, yeah.
Okay.
And and I was doing really well, showing all good. My campaign manager, we argued a lot. He was very dogmatic. He didn't want me to ever talk to the press. It would always be through him. He wanted to run a real harsh campaign, like they came up with one of the, and I thought, oh my gosh, you're going to see the numbers just plummet.
Yeah.
If it shows I'm way up here, and then you put something in about showing steel doors at the high school that I was really like the principal there at Arlington. It looked like they were going through a security, at the airport. And so the ads were horrible. They'd feature people that work from Indianapolis in it, saying that it's like
for your campaign.
For my campaign, it wasn't like Betsy and Tom. They'd done that. That would have been a good one. But it was it was like. And it was raising a lot of money. The National Party said, whatever you do not let Newt Gingrich come in. You're running in a Democrat district. It shows that you get a lot of support. You get all the support of independents. So don't let him come in. And that was a given. We're doing a rally on the south side of Garfield Park. And Jim Canuck says, oh, guess what? Newt is going to stop by. He's in Louisville, and he's going to go to Fort Wayne. He's going to stop in Indianapolis just to greet people. And I said, what National said, don't do that, because he's a, what is it when you, there's just people that don't like his personality.
Yeah, he's a polarizing figure, certainly.
Yes. And so, but he was, and that my numbers went way down, and that's when Julia pumped hers up by bringing in Hillary and the Gores and the president, and even Cassius Clay out of Chicago came in, even though he was, having trouble now. He came in and parked his plane at the end, and people just swarmed out to wave to him, and he stood there and waved, and then drove away, and it said, get out the vote.
Well, how was it also running against Julia Carson, which you probably worked with her for a long time?
Yeah, we were friends. And you know what? Nice lady. Yeah. And let's say she wrote me one of the nicest notes when my dad died in 1998. And, she did not have a great life herself. And, at her... she won and then had a heart attack immediately. Didn't get there for 4 months, and then was sick most of the time. So it wasn't easy for her, but can't. I don't think it was a dirty. We didn't demonize each other. I don't remember that for sure, but I do sure remember saying that the schools weren't safe and supporting me. That that just sounded like what I wasn't. And I saw where. Like Newsweek I saw on Jim's desk when I came back from a trip to Washington. I saw on this desk were like 3 memos, and it's like Newsweek and Time. They said they wanted to interview me, and I said, why did I not get these? And he said because I didn't want to give them to you.
That seems strange to me, not knowing as much about politics. That
that control. He was a control freak.
So had you not worked with him before, or what had happened with that?
Well, the people who were helping me, and it was kind of a different group, thinking it's a national campaign. The people that were helping me didn't know who else to get. They thought he would be good. He worked for Governor Orr. I knew him from then, but I didn't know him much about him. I didn't know much about him.
Yeah. Do you have? I feel like maybe this
one thing. I don't drink, and I didn't ever want alcohol at my events. And one of the things that just really I realized at the end, they thought I was winning, and he had lined up a big party at a suite down at one of the hotels, And when election night, now it's coming in that I'm losing, and they said, you want to go over and greet the people at the whatever the hotel was down there, and it's in the presidential suite. And I said, you've got to be kidding. Who's paying for that? Well, the campaign. I said, who authorized it? Well, Jim. Then I find out that they had all kinds of booze at it, and I thought, that it wasn't me, and that was just really, so I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
It was
Do you have any?
You need to have a person that kind of fits with you, and I know the Republican who was supposed to be working with ours from National was named Don Nelson, I think was the name, and he called afterwards and said, you did not lose the election. Your campaign manager lost your election for you. And he was really strong about it. He said, he did everything we told him not to do. Don't get it. But he thought I was winning. He thought I was winning. Jim saw that he'd probably be in Washington helping.
Yeah. That's rough.
Oh, they're tearing that up. Oh,
they
good.
really are, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Wow. My son handles these things. Good for him.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Well, let me jump back here for a couple of minutes back into your time in the General Assembly, if that's okay.
Coffee?
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, you know what? Can we take a quick break? I'm going to run to the restroom,
Yes.
if that's okay. I'll pause these.
Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay, I think both those are started back up. Well, we'll jump in a little bit more to some committee work in a second, but I'm curious about what does the public not know about how the General Assembly operates? Are there sort of behind the scenes workings just about the general public just doesn't understand about how it works?
I don't think so. If they've gone through basic education, and Indiana did publish, I don't know if they still do, but it's Know Your Government. And that book really goes through committee meetings and the legislative process, and it's a really good book. And I know that in my district, schools came down all the time. One time I was working after I left, so this would be more like 97, 98, 99, with someone named Ruthie Blankenbaker. No immediate relative that I know of, but Ruthie was a teacher, part tutor. She later became was a strong proponent of, what is it called, distance learning. And so it was AT&T, a lawsuit that they had to give money back to the state, and the 20 million or whatever it was, she before, I don't know how much it was, but she established this distant learning, and I got really involved with that. And knowing the principal at Arlington High School, and I was trying to remember how we got Noblesville High School to be the one, but one was very much an outside, rural but not rural.
Yeah.
And now Arlington, it was just a great school and always was, and Jackie Greenwood tried to make it a great school. Ended up doing distance. I said, so the project, got it set up, got really involved in this, talked to government teachers at both places, and I said, so we're going to select kids that would be really interested in, you're going to study the same thing, but you're going to do this distance learning. And then you're going to take a problem and try to solve it together. And it just turned out to be the most fun thing. And that was early on before we ever saw any interactive things going on. So she had started that early on using AT&T money that was given back to the state for some kind of lawsuit that they failed. Wow. And that was the kid that got elected to be the leader of the two of them was from Arlington. It was someone who probably had a gifted mind but had never liked school, did not like was very much just not into it. And then I brought them to the State House. And because of being an ex-senator, I could do this. And I said, okay, so now that you're in leadership, you're going to see what it's like. when you're in the Senate, and then get them all seated in there, and I'd say, how many of you think you could be a senator? Some of them held up their hands. I said, well, now just feel these seats. Don't you think it looks good? And then, so I can't remember the kid who was going to be the leader. He's going to present the bill that you came up, which is you wanted to keep that, they wanted to really keep it so it would have fast transit. They were studying some kind of fast transit between the two areas. And there wasn't a bus service. It would be a monorail or something. And so you're going to present it. And so you know what you're going to do. And it was really neat. They spent the morning at the State House and then saying, the article said, I have stood out at the bus stop. I've never been in this building before. They lived not even 4 miles from downtown. Yeah. They'd never been, they've taken the bus down. They've seen the bus stops outside the State House. They'd never been in there before. I said, so how do you run? And then pull out the book. We talked again about that. Okay, so he says, you can't raise money. So how are you going to learn about it? So who do you know? Who's your state senator or your house? Who is it? Or who's in the council that you know? And okay, find out who they are, and just say that you're available to help them. And it doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. Just say, I'm here to help you, and just see what it's like there. And then, you just have to get involved very locally. I didn't do that. I was involved just in the community. And someone said to me, because I was trying to get smarter at education, when Miriam called me, I said, okay, it's your turn. And I said, someone's going to say that someday because you've worked now at helping that person. You might have maybe you want to work on the other campaign. If the Democrats there, you may want to work on, but find out what it's like.
Yeah.
And then sign up to be, an intern. You're in high school, so just say that I want to intern for you next year. And you'll do that. You can do it either for a week or longer or whatever. So anyway, just telling them. It only takes 2 feet. And the one thing I worked with them was that, and I would teach this with my family living classes, you know what you have and I have that are exactly alike? And the president, whoever was the president have, what do they have that you have? Money? No. What about hours? We have 24 hours of the day. And how do you spend your 24 hours? And that makes a difference. And you could say, you're going to put yourself, and you're going to say, this is how I spend my 24 hours. And if you say that you don't want to be a senator or you don't want to be in the House, you can say, I think I want to be a lawyer. And I said, okay, how long does it take you to be that? Well, then I got it's really, and this was working on just getting the Noblesville kids and the others to talk to each other. And then they would talk to each other about goals, and I don't know whatever happened to that after I moved away in 2000.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But it was a distance learning, and it was really one of the most satisfying things I've done too with these kids.
Oh, it sounds interesting, like a neat program.
Yeah.
So, we've probably hit on this a little bit, but what would you say is the most controversial legislative issues overall that were going on or discussed during your time in the Senate?
Well, I hate to say it, but I think the controlling women is the most controversial, because, and then it even starts with, what do you call it? I don't like the word pro-choice. That's probably where I am, but I know for me what I am. And so that why do we have to label people?
Yeah, I think you just hit it right on the head. It's about these ideas we have attached to labels.
Yes, and so that came up every year, and it still does. And now it's even worse. Of course, we know a lot more, It's totally amazing. And it causes maybe some of us to alter, maybe, but still, it isn't up to me as a senator to make a law that limits you to what is going on in your life. Mm-hmm. You don't know. I don't know. And who am I? I'm not God. So that's the thing. I always think that the legislature somehow gotten over into these emotional things, because that's kind of gets people crazy. Mm-hmm. And instead of, you go back to the boring things, education doesn't have to be boring. If we just concentrate on how we fund it and mm-hmm. And also give the best that we can to the least.
Mm-hmm. Was that always a guiding principle for you?
I'd say that's probably mm-hmm. kind of the Quaker background, which Maury Mills was also. They were big in the Quaker church. Mm-hmm. I remember in high school he said, "You should go to Earlham."
Yeah, I know that they had big family ties there.
Yeah, they really do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Quakers are, don't use the word progressive, but they are very socially
conscious.
Conscious, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Larry Boris, the same thing, very, open, smart. That's.
Yeah.
They were both good people.
You've indicated this a couple of different moments throughout the interview about the changes in the Republican Party. And I think this was when you ran for U.S. Congress seat, but you were endorsed by a group called WISH, and I think it was women in the Senate and House.
Who are pro-choice.
Yeah, so...
And that was Susan Collins was one of, really big in that, and I can't try to remember some of the others. Quite interesting, I remember that, and this is where my son now kind of feels different. I guess the economy, the way it's affected him, as to maybe me, or others. And what was his name? He was a Senator Bill, and he's married to, he was married to an heiress to. It'll pop up. Maybe it's
in Indiana or
no,
nationally?
This is nationally.
Oh,
she did a fundraiser for me in Chicago. What big company, retail? It's not Pillsbury, not. Excuse me.
I feel like I should be able to think of this too.
I should think of. I know it, and
okay.
Probably it's come out. It's probably I shouldn't have read that book. I read it for the first time last night. There are a few. The woman typed that after listening to the tapes. She taped me on that history, and she few things put a they when it was there, or a few things. I said Westfield is where parents were married, or where they were married too. Yeah. But met.
Well, I'm sure we'll come back to the names here in a minute, but it seems like the Republican Party has evolved in that lately, but I guess, how did you find out about that group? How did they come to you, or what was that?
The National Party put me in touch with them, or them in touch with both. Like when I went to Washington, and met with the Tuesday morning group, which is a group of senators, maybe and House members that were what they call moderates. I'll just say it like it is.
Yeah. And
I wish I journaled more then. I journal more now than I did. I never did then. Afterwards, I would maybe on trips journal. But I wish that's if anyone that's running or in the legislature now, I think they should every day journal a little bit about interactions. When I knew, what I do that I did excuse me.
You're okay.
Take a drink of coffee. This coffee's good,
It is
even
good.
though it's reheated now.
It is good.
It was so awful because this refrigerator being down, and then my son went out and bought one of these little models that's in the laundry room.
Uh-huh.
I'm missing that a lot. Anyway, when I have to stop and think what was I was getting emotional about.
I think you're talking about when you said when you knew, but you were talking about running.
About running again. I knew.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not good at negotiating, so to speak. And one of a lobbyist, this young man that I really like as an individual, knew him from the community, and he came. I had a legislation, again, kind of like thinking about young parents who have limited number of income to bills being paid, and the credit card companies, how they were really ripping them off with $15, didn't get the payment on time, $20 for not paying the interest on time, and I said it's illegal. We don't let people hijack people, and we're permitting that. And I asked that I put a bill in that would say credit cards. Being a legislator, I knew a little bit about making money, and I said prime. They say what the prime is of the, and so you go 1% over prime. They're going to make a lot of money. So the prime is announced by the federal government what the prime is, and that means you would not end up with $20. You might end up with a $3 overcharge. Maybe a $4, but that'd be on a pretty big bill.
Yeah.
I had someone I really respected who supported me many times, who was president of a bank, call and say, I'm a banker. We do make money on our credit cards, and of course I would oppose it, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. But I do know that it would be okay to tell you that I don't like this bill, and you probably assume that. I had a lobbyist, though, come to me and look me in the eyes right before we went on the floor, and he said, Senator, what would it take for you to pull the bill? And that just crushed me.
Sort of indicated that you could be bought.
That's what it indicated to me. Now, I think years later, maybe he meant I can work hard on this other bill, Uniform Marital Property Act, that you really would like, which explains the marital law to people who could go to the library, read it, and understand it, the average person, instead of being shocked that the husband, it's old English law in Indiana then, and the old English law, the husband controls the money. And so anyway, I took it as crushing. And I thought, that's it. I'm done. But I think that's what the game is. You have to, and probably I would say, well, work hard on the Uniform Marital Property Act, and I'll hold the bill. But I thought the bill was really a good one.
Yeah.
And I introduced it for a reason, because I heard from some of my middle-income people who live in my district, and I have to say, President Bank was nice enough to say, what would it take to get you to do this, instead of saying, I'm just voicing like a constituent, I don't like the bill, but you don't understand why. I mean, and I thought, that's high class.
Yeah.
But the person who's paid lobbyists, someone I respected a lot, I like a lot, probably still there. And what would it take for you to pull the bill? But guess what? I had the votes on Friday to get it through. I could count the votes, and we get right up to, and it's starting to snow that day, and about before noon, they usually call it, they would go on morning station on Fridays, and they call it by noon. Well, earlier, they called it, saying, well, the storm, they say, is getting really bad at the north. So Garton called it early. And then I come back on Monday, and Senator Justice said, I can't support the bill. I used to be on my bank's board, and they have asked me not to support it. And then I could see the votes wither away. Someone got to them over the weekend, just saying, look, you've been my friend for years, my neighbor, I work at the bank, or you're on the bank board. So it lost. And you look at those credit cards now, it really makes me mad when you say interest and late fee and something else. It's like, it's criminal.
And it's probably targeting those that are struggling too.
And that's who it is. Of course it is. You know what? Or someone who has had an emergency in their family and they, things are due today. And oh my gosh, you didn't get that in the mail. During the mail went early, and try to call and then say, hey, you put a $25 late charge on here, interest plus late. And so it's wrong.
Yeah.
But that's when I knew that, okay, Teresa's your turn.
Yeah.
Or if you could get in. And
so kind of the changing game, or the pressure of it just made you not want to.
Well, I just, it was who it was. And that was hard.
Yeah. The personal connection there. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? And maybe it was my mind that was wrong. Maybe it didn't mean that at all. So, but that's where I thought, and then the son Jim, who is so, he doesn't forget anything. It's really he sees things very black and white. And if he said I didn't do something, he didn't do it. And when he said, look, you did say this. And I said, oh, I sure did. He said, you campaigned on it. Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm. So reminded you of that, right?
Thanks a lot, Jim.
Well, I know you were involved, you've mentioned the Health and Human Services Committee or Welfare Committee, and lots of other things too. What legislation did you work the hardest on?
A lot of time spent on that Uniform Marital Property Act. Some understood it, some didn't. A lot of the lawyers liked it. And a lot of the probate lawyers liked it, and some of the very high profile, including the head of the school, the law school, came and testified for the bill. And he said, it's something like 10% of the people then had wills. He said, so there's 90% that don't have. And he said, to be able to go to the library and look up and know you can read the law and know if there's a divorce, this is the way it's divided, or if you knew that there's a death of your husband, and you don't, some people who testified found out their husband had transferred everything else into a trust in his name without the wife's signature. So it was just saying that, what do you believe? If your spouse died, and you're the wife, or if there's a divorce, what do you own? And people can agree on that. They can agree before the fact.
Right.
And so where some lawyers didn't like it because they saw it cut into their fee structure, they said, well, it doesn't really affect you, but they felt the divorce maybe affects them. I said, well, some women didn't testify, came in and testified about their husband divorced them. They found out that they're the ones that came to the marriage with inheritance, but the husband managed the money, and now it's all been, he's the one who was in charge. So Indiana law was based on English law. Can't we base it on more of the Spanish, which is equally owned? Or if you owned it before the marriage and they never mixed it with your marriage, you never said you're in control of this, you didn't write anything to say it, what you entered the marriage with is yours. Entitled, even though someone's sneakily retitled it. It helps everyone. It's just saying what's the fair game here. Because when you're in love, no one pays attention to that, right?
No one's thinking finances.
But that was a big one. And what's really interesting, Susan Bai testified for that for a couple years. And then her husband ran for governor, and she said, I can't do it anymore. Because, and you understand, just the publicity. And we had a picture of her testifying before our bill, before that. But, you know, I tried to look at having sons and daughters. I said, okay, look at it this way. What do you want to be fair for your son as well as your daughter? What's fair? And then if we have to have laws that back it, why are we going back to laws that came over from when this country was formed from England, where the man was
Femme coeur was over
and
covered the woman.
So worked hard always in the Senate, and we'd get it through. And the House, from Lafayette, she would carry it. She's still in the legislature, maybe from West Lafayette or Lafayette. Let me think of her. I need to get that list.
Yeah, I have the list. You have it over here too.
Not in the Senate, she's in the House. But go to her, and she would negotiate. She was a negotiator more than I was.
Here, do you want that?
I'm trying to. I have it someplace too, probably right here. I don't know. Oh, it might be in
that
this
green folder.
Let's see. Gosh. There may be some things we don't need in there that's loose. I don't know.
I'll get that out of the way for you.
Oh, this is my oldest daughter, Susan's family. She went on to be a lawyer, and then
Wow.
he married her when she then was hired by Sidley Austin in Chicago. And he's running up to see her and getting speeding tickets. We got proposed. So this is all of my family members and his family members, including my sister. And I think there's, when I married for the third time to John Williams after being a widow for 16 years.
Oh, goodness. It's a good looking family.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of fun. So these are, it's funny, I can't replace two of these cheerleaders. Oh, and this is my mom and dad when he retired as county agent at 65. And mom would be like 65, probably 59 there. And then my oldest sister's had a baby back in Colorado, I think. And then the next one is Dorothy, this one. And then Joe, then me, then Bob, and then Rosemary. No, that's Nancy, Rosemary and Nancy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a bunch of them.
It's a neat picture too.
Yeah, that was kind of nice.
Oh, here, I dropped one.
Okay. So, but there's lots of pictures in here that would kind of, but the one thing that I don't have no idea, actually, this woman went through some of my records, but there's something I signed here supposedly on guns, and I don't know where it is, but I bet you that was from when I ran for Congress, and probably Jim did he probably wrote those things down, because I thought, wait a minute, I'm not sure I agreed with the federal, but maybe back the federal laws were not so, they're really loose, they're really strict now.
Yeah.
As allowing, or loose, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know what it used to be, but.
Yeah, I don't know
But
either.
it said I agreed with that position. I thought, where did that come from?
Yeah.
That's in there in the book. I should put it next to it. Because
So take that back.
I really am a proponent of, and before I got the cancer, I'd talked to, the governor's wife. Isn't this awful?
Current governor or before?
Governor after Bai was, he was in the Senate. Isn't this,
After.
oh my gosh.
Yes,
the governor after Bai, who just then he died.
not O'Bannon.
O'Bannon.
Okay.
So I talked to her. She goes to my church.
Judy.
And Judy, yeah, I had talked to her. This was about 4 years ago. And like Charles Luger. I had about 3 women whose people recognized them. And I wanted to start a grandma's maddest H about gun laws. And I said, the way we change it is just you get grandmothers who are really fed up. And you find a whole bunch of them. And we go to the opening day of the legislature. And I said, they're going to listen to their moms or their grandmothers show up. It's really a different story because grandmas are really angry. They've had grandchildren maybe affected, and some of them, and there'd be a lot of them in Center City that would show up. And I was really getting that organized, and I wanted a national movement. Thought but we have to do it at the state houses first to get changes. And then I got cancer, and I'm in this treatment center. Okay, that slowed me down.
Yeah, that's a great idea, though.
And I think, so maybe someone will get that going yet.
Yeah.
Dick Hamilton was all for it. He thought that was great.
Mm-hmm. That's really great.
He's my minister, yeah.
Uh-huh. Do you still go to the same Methodist church?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I go to St. Luke's because it's a quicker drive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What was your philosophy in chairing the Health and Human Services Committee?
I don't know if there's any philosophy. It was just, dealing with the laws that were on the books, and should they have been changed, or what would you have to do to make them more helpful where they were needed. And usually it was a result of people coming with a problem.
And I'm assuming that Bob Garton appointed you to the chair.
Yes, he did.
So how did that come about?
The fellow who was the chair before, who ran a big string of Mary Manor, whatever it is, nursing homes. No conflict of interest at all. But anyway, he didn't run again, and then I was placed in that. Apparently, I never did get the education chair because John Sinks was a teacher, I think, of Fort Wayne. I don't know if he's alive.
I'm not sure. I recognize the name, but...
But John Sinks and I was ranking member, and then I was appointed to this Health and Human Service, and then also that Sunset Committee, which is a 2-year big-time commitment of reviewing the laws.
Tell me a little bit more about that one, too.
Well, it's made up of equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats.
Okay.
On the committee structure, except I think the chair is a Republican, is the difference. And we study all the laws that are on the Indiana Code Book that deal with health, education, welfare, and juvenile justice.
Oh.
And juvenile justice, instead of being in the prison system, we wanted it in the education system, in books, so that then you'd see anyway, we tried to get it together to make sense. And that was a lot of time spent on that.
Yeah, I bet.
Philosophy wasn't, necessarily any, going to go in and change up, make sure it's this way, because that's my view. It was just, how does the current law figure in today's world, and easy reading for the individual going in. And then usually a majority would say, that needs to be redone. Mental health was a big part of that, and we looked at some of the mental health facilities. And we toured all of them in the state, and realized there were some that were big buildings, and they'd have only a couple people in the facility. And I wanted to show them example was an individual who could never function. Part of their organs were born outside of their body. They never could walk. They never could do, and eventually the family can't take care anymore, and so they go to the mental health assist, and they're put into this mental health facility that requires someone to be there 24 hours a day with them and at least turn them over. And I took them into one, it seemed like Muncie, and it's been a while since I reviewed this, but really weird that there could be someone that was like 18 years old and they've spent 18 years in that bed with someone just moving them, and they'll eventually die. But normally that individual would not have survived birth, but today we have heroic efforts, birth.
Wow.
So the mental health was a big one, and now that's even more huge, and drug abuse is huge. And I think about how the views are changing there, because back in my time, it was like marijuana was a big bad thing, and anyone with it should be locked up. And I'm thinking, I didn't know anything about it, but they said, "Oh, you probably have smelled it," and I said, "I don't think I ever have," and probably had. So the point is, now people on cancer are saying it's the only surviving situation I can have, or it's really interesting.
Yeah.
The pain is so bad, that's the only thing that's helped. But we're saying lock up kids who are found with it, and we have a lot in jails today that are had maybe a drug arrest twice, so they're in for a long time.
Yeah.
So the mental health continues to evolve. Probably that'd be an area if I was a young legislator, I'd be working on.
Well, and also like in Indiana, like with the opioid crisis and everything too.
Here,
Yeah.
and yet we talk about. No, I won't say it.
We'll let that sit.
How can we be so moral and yet have these crises? And I say you put that and you put the guns together, and you're having murder rates in the city that are ridiculous.
Yeah. There's some big problems to tackle still.
Lock your doors.
Oh. What, in your opinion, is the most important work of the Indiana General Assembly?
What is the most important work of them? Today or then?
Well, let's start with then.
I think decent funding of public education, really big. But also, do we have a good repair of our infrastructure going on? Not just building more roads, but keeping what we have. And also, excuse me, and I worry about Indiana becoming, we look so, like the buildings are all beginning to be just concrete blocks. And I think that we should always find some way in the budget that we include a little bit of arts in new construction. And why I say that, it doesn't deal at all with way out craziness. It deals with, we soon become just, what can we see that's pretty? The trees are being cut down at a horrendous rate. And, bridges can be, there was a bridge over Meridian Street about right north of Kessler Boulevard. You go on a little farther and then you start, and when they first put that in, I don't know if they've changed it, but it went from a spindle, pretty bridge. You could see the water down below it flowing, and then when they built it, it was just concrete blocks. And I asked the legislature, so why did they not put the bridge back like it was? And I said it was a good design. And they said, well, we have a one size fits all. That's it. That's the bridge pattern for the state. They're concrete blocks.
Yeah.
And that's the way, and so they tear down a covered bridge. It's what bridge, it's kind of a, build a little wall, just lots of little walls.
Yeah.
So I did add that to a budget, that 1% of a bridge, however many $1 million it would be, 1% isn't a whole lot back then, but would go for architectural design.
To like keep the character of
Yes,
things.
yes, and they don't all have to look alike, but make it so it puts in aesthetically. And I said it has nothing to do with being, if we want to put words to it, it has nothing to do with liberal or conservative. It has to be with pleasing for the eye.
Yeah.
And do we want everything just look like a blank wall? Well, just only currently, I guess.
If we could talk just a little bit about, you've mentioned the Republican caucus a few times. Can you tell me a little bit about how that operated during your time?
Usually there was an issue that would take us in there, and it might be budget, questions about it, and discuss it. Or a bill that was controversial, like the gun legislation. Or to get someone to consider voting for something. They want to try to convince the rest of us why it would be important. And they felt like they wanted that vote of confidence before they take it to the floor. And I want to say, I think the caucus chair, I try to remember at that time, that probably changed over some of the time, but Joe Harrison maybe was. Is he alive?
I'm not
He was
positive.
about
I can't
my
remember.
age. But Bob Garton always ran a pretty good ship, I felt. He was a listener, cared a lot about the same issues, and thanks to his wife, who was very, very intelligent also. She just was delightful. But he had to follow, I think, Chip Edwards, who had a very bad reputation, was put in jail, and Bob just really did the right things. But I know that there's just several times that he came to bat for me, and I thought, wow, it was really big. And the one was in 1988, where he really, and then he said, and Senator Boris and Senator Mills will do the same. And don't worry about raising money. Now that's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's going against the Marion County organization. And Pat Miller, was a friend of mine, but she's very much had to support John Sweezy, and always did, of course. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see how many of them go to check these tapes out.
Yeah.
And I'm going, oh, holy grail.
I think it'll probably be fine. It'll be a while further out. But how would you summarize your time as a state legislator overall?
Enjoyable. Loved it when little kids came in and wanted to learn about it. They'd want to, and some of them are adults now. One of them was a guy that runs the irrigation system, and he said, oh yes, I remember when we came to see you, and you talked to us. And so the pleasure was, I thought it was all good. I think growing up in the big family really helped. Being the middle child, and I liked to fight with the older brother. I didn't like to fight with him, but he was a bully, and so I had that early. He's still alive, so. But he did like to hit my arm and bully me, and so I was prepared.
You knew how to take it.
What? Well, yeah. You know what? It was okay.
Let's see here. What is your favorite story or anecdote during your time?
Oh my gosh.
Can you even limit it?
Yeah, that's a good question. That might take some thinking.
Yeah, you think about that.
Because I'd have to go through 12 years.
Yeah, it is a long time. Are there any lessons that stick out for you?
Yeah, I don't tend to say I should have done that differently. There's probably some things others would say she should have done that differently. And probably a lesson would be I was really liking it there. And, it's the type of, I see why people stay on, and they earn a really good income now. It's not like it's $9,500 anymore, and all of that. But that aside, it goes back. It is a citizen legislature, and I don't think we're meant to stay there for 30 years. And a lot of the people who were with me there in 1980 2 and 3 and 4 and on are still there or have just retired. And I'm thinking, I know we're supposed to be really bright and all this, but you have, within that time frame, things you're passionate about. Mine was education mainly. And adult education, I really like vocational education. So that's all those are passions. And then just people who have the least, I think, is part of my, probably that good old Quaker church upbringing, and that, you appreciate her every day. And my dad, who always was the one that did more talking to us, and it was like, Levy, what you're doing better than you found it. So he'd give each one of us a plot of garden. Leave it more than you found it. And I'm hopefully left Senate District, I'm hopefully better than I found it.
How has the state of Indiana changed over the course of your lifetime?
Wow, I think the housing patterns, while we lived with them, the patterns in Meridian Kessler, while we stabilized with new people moving in, and the enrichment of our kids' lives was great. I don't like that we tend to keep people in clusters. There's still a lot of that old prejudice going on, and that's some of the older people, and that just blows my mind. The gun violence, laws don't help there, because they were taken off the book. Once you're passionate for something, you're no longer there, and others were busy with their issues, and they just didn't pick up on it. But yeah,
I read.
Those are big things.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I think that and the drug epidemic, they're using the opioids. Bad.
Yeah. I read somewhere in a newspaper article that and you highlighted this, that a lot of your friends, when you first moved onto Meridian, they were leaving. They were going to other places. But I read that you wanted your kids to attend Shortridge because it was diverse and it was local and
all of that. Well, all of that, and also the real world. If you keep in your little group throughout your life, wherever you work, and I thought, well, my kids are probably going to, work in the city, probably not farmland anymore. So you want to be with people that you learn to trust early on. We had some really interesting things. One of the oldest family in Indianapolis was the Stewart Funeral Home people. And their daughter, I'm having trouble, I think it's probably the time, but I'm having trouble remembering her name, but Tanya Stewart was my daughter Sharon's best friend at Shortridge. And Tanya, Stewart's family has lived here since like the 1800s, and she has African American in her blood, and she's considered on her, black. We had an exchange student. We always had exchange students at our home, and one of them was from Brazil. And her father, apparently, I learned later, was really high in government there. And she was the darkest skinned person I'd ever seen, this cute 16-year-old girl. And we all had chores at our house, and she said, I had never used a broom before. She said, we have lots of help at home. And I said, you've got to be kidding, you don't have to sweep. She said, no, I like it. But anyway, Sharon, so Riviera Club, do you know where it is? Riviera is like Illinois and White River, where the canal goes through Illinois, and there's a little 56 in Illinois, there's a little shopping area there, but there's the White River goes through.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, so Riviera is, you go north just about a block, and to the left is a swimming club, and it was always just a private swimming club. I didn't think anything more about it was private, but that's where the kids swam. So if you lived in that neighborhood, that's where you joined Riviera and you swam, and the kids were on the swim team. Well, Sharon, who was on the swim team, And Gladys is her exchange student from Brazil, and as dark as my refrigerator. And Riviera gave her a membership because she's living with our family while she's there that year at our house. And Sharon thought, swell. So the next day, we get that letter. The next day, her best friend was Tanya Stewart. After school, she said, let's go straight to Ribby. We're going to, we'll get a snack. And if you want to swim, you can, or otherwise you get a snack and we'll visit a while, and then you go home. But they go, and they said, well, she doesn't have a pass. And Sharon takes her up to get a pass. And do you live with our family? No. I live at I'm trying to think, she said, maybe 46th or 45th and Illinois. And they just said, sorry. We can't give you a guest pass. But if she'd been white, she could have had a guest pass. But they didn't say that. So Sharon and she left. They came straight to our home, and they were giggling. And they said, you won't believe it. They wouldn't let Tanya and Sharon and she were just laughing. They said, isn't that interesting? Gladys can go, Tanya can't. And they're giggling like cute little girls, but I got it. So Steve West was the councilman from there. So a group of us petitioned Riviera, and we became bad people for doing that. That if neighborhood kids were invited to swim there, and you had to pay $50 a year, 60, 70, whatever it was, anyone who applied, who lives in the neighborhood, you didn't do any pedigree or anything, should be able to do it. So it got really, that's part of being liberal, I guess. Or is it called fair?
Yeah.
But anyway, Tanya to this day, I think she lives in Noblesville now. She was a lawyer, a sharp gal, incredible person. And family I said, Tanya has lived in Indianapolis. Her family has lived here longer than my family. We always lived out in the farmland. And I said, I don't get it. Yeah. And I got kind of not very good to do. Days were ended at Ribby.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So, but that's change comes is slow, and Indiana. I don't know why we drag our feet. But it seems. Do we want to do? I don't know. Maybe it's better than I think. I haven't really been back for 3 years.
Now, did you live in Illinois for a time?
I lived for about 17 years there.
Oh, okay.
And had remarried in 2004 with a widower. The friends thought we would get along well. And
what was his name?
His name was John Williams. And he was a partner of Sidley Austin Law Firm. His wife had died pretty suddenly of pancreatic cancer, maybe 6 or 7 years before. And he was about to go into a retirement center, and people knew him and said he's just a dear person, and he's really smart and fun. And so when he called to go out to dinner, so a real man calling instead of a woman, and he said, but I don't drive, because he has legally blind, and he had polio come back as an adult, so he had braces on his legs. Didn't drive. I said, well, I'll drive. And it worked out well.
And then did you get married?
Yeah, we got married in 04. First date was 02. I said, so 16 years, that was a long time.
Yeah.
And just fun, smart, laughed a lot. He was in their church choir, had a great voice. He was a Yale law graduate. Wow. Brilliant mind, is kind of a who's who, and yet very meek, quiet, as far as never boisterous, not meek, but he was never, but someone would come up and he'd say, that's something Macy the fourth, he said, you just caught a little of the conversation, I did their their planning. So he was quite a notable probate lawyer.
Wow.
And also represented the Illinois Bar Association to the State House in Illinois. So he was a Democrat, changed from being a Republican back in the 70s and became a Democrat, which was quite interesting.
And so was he from Illinois then?
He's from Illinois, yeah, from Winnetka.
Okay. So when did you then move back to Indiana? Or
Well,
how did you come
he
back
died
here?
in 2012 in Florida, so I was there for a while, and that's where I owned property. And I owned property. I said, you're a good lawyer because you sold your place, moved into my place. He said, well, you had a better view. and then my parents' farm sold out Southwest, and we got lots of money for that. And I bought a little place, small place in Naples, Florida.
Okay.
So that's where I owned. And the place in Wilmette, my daughter and her husband bought for me to live in. It was an apartment near them, which I, all the time those kids were growing up, I had them every day.
Oh.
They wrote the best letters when I lost to Congress, and they wrote me letters how sorry they were. And then several of them put down the bottom. They all wrote them and didn't see each other's letters, but one 8-year-old said, but not very. He said, really sorry. They said, but not very. And then Skady, who's now a clothing designer in LA, says, why do you want to go to Congress? You'll never see us anymore. She said, you will. I said, sure I will. She said, no, when you come home, you have to go to Indianapolis. You'll never be up here. So she said, why are you doing this to me? I was her escape from her parents' house.
Yeah. Oh,
So anyway,
sweet.
it's all good.
You've been away for a while, so maybe you haven't kept up as much, but has the Indiana General Assembly changed since your time?
And that I haven't kept up with. You know, I really have not, because I'm back down in Florida in the winter.
Right.
And but what brings me here is the fact we have one of the world's renowned researchers in this multiple myeloma cancer. And when Indiana, if I was involved in government, I'd say we should be talking about economic development of these researchers that are world renowned. This man, Dr. Abenauer, travels all over the world from Thursday to Monday, giving seminars on what he's doing with his cancer research.
Wow.
Every treatment is just for the individual. And
he lives in Indianapolis.
Lives
Wow.
in Indianapolis.
Wow.
And IU's done a good job. He has a full professorship at IU.
Wow.
Yeah, a fairly young guy, and he's recently bought his mother. He's from Syria, and his mother's here, and she's absolutely the sweetest lady. Has become a good friend.
Oh, that's nice.
And she's shy, and just a lovely person. But he knows how to. When you have a doctor that absolutely knows patient to patient to patient, and his patients, the people, you go to the IU infusion center, and my kids feel sorry for me. They're dreading it. And I said, I love it. I said, first of all, they're really nice. The snacks are great. And all the nurses are RNs. And I said, Dr. Abenauer makes you feel like you're the most important person in the world when he's doing his checkup on you.
And that's what you want.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Wow, that's good.
So Indiana, he's what brought me here. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
Yeah. That's nice that you already had the connection and were able to do that. So, well, what, if any, enduring qualities do Hoosiers still have or hold dear?
Good point. Because I think we've done a good job of wrecking our little villages and towns which were so charming. We've put so many roads through that we cut off. Like Kentland, I've never been back there. And I think it's just highways around it. Farmland is being gobbled up or redirected, and but Hoosiers, I don't know anything unusual. In fact, the fact that we're one of the drug capitals of the world doesn't make me feel good, and the fact Chicago's much bigger than we are, and we're having more murders per night, or as many as they are, something's weird, and that doesn't make me feel very good.
So you think we've actually lost some of what we used to have?
I think we have lost something. And politics is part of it. I think everyone wants a picture op. I think they want to be smiling, digging holes, and they want to be smiling, meeting with the not-for-profits. Those are wonderful. Mm-hmm. But I'd sure like to see someone out front saying, we need to stop it now. We need to get these gun laws in order. There should be no hunting of any sort in the city. So why does anyone have to have a long rifle in the city? And if you go someplace else to hunt, fine, you have it locked up in some kind of safe, but you don't carry a handgun when you're going into pacer game, or maybe you can't do it, I don't know, but
right.
But some people had handgun in the state house back when I was there.
Oh. I feel like...
So I don't know, I'm not...
Yeah.
But it's the number, and I don't know that our population, it hasn't grown, but we have this violence. And you can't blame it on, well, I'm sorry. I think it's prejudice to say we're blaming it on immigration. We're going to blame everything on immigration. And I'm saying, wait a minute. The very best thing that we've had, I think. And this is why I have such hope. I have 2 great-grandchildren, of which one of them, the dad's Cuban, the mom's blonde, very blonde hair, blue-eyed. Mm-hmm. And this little, and she is so darn smart. Scarlett is dark curly hair, and she has the brownest eyes and ivory skin. And her dad is very Cuban. I mean, he's lighter than she is, but she wants to play school. Started at about 3, wanting to play school with me. And the first question she asked when I'm the student was, "Are you bilingual?" Okay, and I thought, we have hope. We have hope for this.
Uh-huh.
But that's what I'm saying. What's wrong with us? So that's the thing. Do I think we've gotten better? I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. And I think some of it is our leaders are divisive, and they shouldn't be. I don't like divisiveness. Mm-hmm. So another great grandchild, and has kept his. I can't even spell the name, but it's this long. But it's Spiro is the first name, and the Greek name that's about this long, and he's 2. And I'm thinking, oh dear, now should have been called Spiro. And I don't know why his mother did that, but he looks like a little Greek.
Oh.
And he's cute as can be.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Well, we have covered a lot of material here today.
And you know what? If you decide you want to talk some more. Okay. And I should say, well, by the way, we should delete the first 3 pages.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but I'd say, Maury Mills always gave me some good hints. Mm-hmm. One was running for Congress. I will just say this because when I was going to run, he said, no, wait and run in 2 years. Don't run when you're running, when the president's running. Mm-hmm. Run in the off year. And that was back thinking I should have done that in 94. I think kind of they wondered why I ran. A lot of them probably wondered why I ran for mayor. But that was kind of after talking to Bill Huffnett. He was not afraid. He and Steve were not friends, even though toward the end they became, friend-likes. Mm-hmm. It's interesting.
Yeah. Well, is there anything that I haven't asked about or that you want to talk about that we haven't gone through yet?
I can't think of anything. If you want to take that and look through it, I know that I was reading it until I didn't realize there was so much, but there's a lot of, I realized typos and some things I should have marked differently.
Yeah, I'd love to take a look at it, and then.
But especially there's the back half is the legislative stuff.
Okay.
The early is more of my parents. They were doing. There's a little bit of a family tree started in there, but I haven't paid much attention to that.
Well, how about I take that and I'll look through it and see if there's anything we missed or anything I'd like to ask about, and then you can kind of reflect.
And I'll try to look through these. I didn't really get a chance to look through these. Sure.
And then maybe on Monday or Tuesday of next week, I'm pretty wide open, and we could meet up and we'll see then. Okay. So I will just state for the record then that my name is Michelle Marino, and I'm here again with Virginia Blankenbaker, and today is Tuesday, October 23rd, 2018. So we're just doing more of an informal conversation at Cafe Patachou at 49th and Pennsylvania in Indianapolis. So one of the things which I had read a couple articles about, and then of course was included in the book that you let me borrow, but you and Richard had a foster child for a couple of years. So will you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, that was really a tough one.
Yeah.
He was a member, his family was a member of our North Methodist United Church, and I get home from the legislature one day, and Richard had called and said, "Thank you." The minister, Dick Hamilton, wanted to meet there, and the coach at Broad Ripple High School, that literally Donnie Harris was living by himself. His dad had died, the mother had mental illness, and had been put into trying to get her feeling better.
Yeah.
But he was living by himself, and the coach said, "We're worried about him because he's getting into, we're finding him like down at, they said 20th and Central, where there's a lot of drugs going on at that time." That was, now we would go back to like 86 again, where hardly lots is happening. Maybe it was 84, 85, but he presents that to us and at our kitchen table and asked if we would consider, well, they asked Donnie, he can't live by himself. He said, "I can take care of myself," and I've been doing it for many years.
Yeah. Well, how old was he?
He was a freshman in high school.
Whoa.
Maybe a sophomore.
Yeah.
I think, no, maybe a junior now that I think of it, because my son Jim was a freshman at University of Indianapolis, and then the rest of the time he went to IU. But they said that he needed to have stability, and they asked him, they said, "You're going to have to go you're going to either go to a juvenile center where you can have a routine, or we're trying to see where you could be placed." And he said there's only one family, and it would be the Blakenbakers. And it's because Richard we'd invite him to go to the Pacer games. We had season tickets, and he would love that if he wasn't in basketball practice.
Yeah.
So, oh my gosh, well then when you say that, I would be comfortable there, and they're close to my home. It's presented to us, and said yes. Now we'll say my big mistake there as a mother was we had son Jim should have been brought into that, so he's owns part of that too. But I didn't think about that until much later. You always want to fix the problem.
Right.
Anyway, so he lived with us then for 2 years, and had his own room, fixed it up. He took over Sharon's bedroom and went to basketball practice and got a scholarship then to the University of Wisconsin.
Wow.
Was on there. He was a really good guard, and he got on their first team. And then we learned. That's when we learned. We're so proud to go down because he's going to be playing at the IU University of Wisconsin as a freshman. He was
playing.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we go down, and he is not there at the game, and we were told by him that he wasn't going to be there. And the coach said, Richard went down and said, "Donnie," and he said, "We have rules. Don't go to class, you don't play." And so he didn't play. He didn't dress. He didn't get to go. So that was the first discipline. So
when he had been with you all up here, had he sort of gotten away from being in the wrong crowd and was doing well?
They were just on a baseball, going to basketball practice school.
Yeah.
Because then over on 49th and, just across 49th and, I'm trying to think, Boulevard, no, it isn't Boulevard, maybe on west of here.
Yeah.
Was Broad Ripple High School's district. So as a freshman, he went to Broad Ripple. Over on this side of Meridian, you went to Shortridge. Broad Ripple was more balanced racially, I would say that. Whereas Shortridge was like now getting 92% other races and probably 8 to 9% Caucasian.
Wow.
And so all, however, most of the people that went to Shortridge had lived in this community longer than we had. So we just say, we moved in.
Yeah, you're the newcomer.
Right. So, and we also, kids were, wanted to go there. They went to grade school at 70 as some of the demographics was changing. But what was really kind of neat was when the kids would, Betsy wanted to, she kept saying, I want my hair like Jaylene's. And I said, I don't know Jaylene. And she said, okay. So the next day, she walks home at 7, first grader. And Jaylene is African. And she had the most beautiful, lot of pigtails. And Betsy said, please, that's what I want. So, this was kind of really neat.
Yeah.
I just thought that was, so Betsy and Jaylene were very good friends, and Betsy wasn't here like that. We tried to do it, but it was one mistake.
Yeah.
It took too long, but anyway.
And what was her name? Jaylene?
Jaylene, and I don't know her last name now to this day, but then, kids moved on, and I don't know, I think her parents moved someplace else. And,
so back to Donnie then, so does he finish school at Wisconsin, or what was your relationship like?
Well, Richard's the one that stayed really close with him, and he, you know what, he would, got a girlfriend up there, so then he started wanting to do that kind of thing, and when he'd come home on the weekends, or not weekends, because he was always in practice, but like the holidays, he'd want to go back with his old friends from Robert, and I know that there was things we'd find out later. I mean, Richard would find out, I didn't know it. One of the policemen of the area said Donnie was driving Richard's car, Richard had a car that was like a public safety. It was his car, but he had all this police stuff inside of it, being a public safety director. And Donnie was driving that while we were on vacation, and Jim was in school at university. So Jim doesn't say anything, but anyway, he started kind of breaking some rules, and that broke again Richard's heart a lot. And I didn't know about it until later, so you find out all these things. But he eventually now is gone. I think killed by drugs. Like when he was in his 40s.
Yeah.
So not that long.
Yeah.
People said really sad that he never got away from the drugs, but he did get that scholarship. He got the taste of success.
Yeah. Wow. That's tough.
And gosh, I'm reading a great book now, and it's about the Chinese, one of the kind of tribes in China. China has a lot of different ethnic groups, and the mother gave up the daughter, and now the daughter's in the U.S., and now she's a little preschooler, and the mother's trying to connect. And I'm thinking about you can try your best. You don't always know how things will work out. It's like an election, or like your own kids.
Yeah.
Like your own kids. You still love them. You might not like what they do.
Yeah, for sure.
However, I kind of like what my 5 kids have done so far. Even though one of them has gone really, Betsy's always been really, well, she was always in the gifted classes. IPS used to have gifted classes. I don't know if they do that now.
I don't know.
But they identified kids in their 4th grade, and slap bang, they were in gifted classes, which was School 80 up in Rockville. And the amazing thing was, she was always writing. She had a little neighborhood newspaper. She started organizing, and she had reporters, and so she's continued writing, and she's become kind of part of the Me Too movement.
Now, has she produced some documentaries or something like that
she
too?
Has done a lot. Oldest daughter, Susan, was a lawyer, and was hired by Cindy Austin out of IU. She was one of the top students there. And then married someone she was dating, who was originally from Indianapolis, but he Bloomington. But anyway, they were married, and then by the time their third pregnancy, she said to Sidley, you know what, I want to be a stay-at-home mom. I can't do this. They're working on weekends and all the time.
A lot of hours.
Yeah, Nick was taking, so she was very always kind of organizing, and she liked to come home and work on the camp. All of them like to work on the campaigns. But she now, after raising a family of 6 kids, when the youngest was in 4th grade, she started a company called Make It Better, and it was bought out in one of the society magazines on the North Shore of Chicago. It was in bankruptcy. She'd been writing articles for them.
Wow.
And then they put it on the went through bankruptcy, she bought it. And now she's moved it into a huge philanthropy that raises money through the business. It's kind of like Martha's doing here, where you maybe a percentage of this meal today will automatically go to that philanthropy that you name.
Yeah.
And so she's now in several cities, Marin County, California, and she has an online newspaper or magazine called MakeItBetter.com or MakeItBetter.net, both of those.
Yeah.
And
wow, that's really neat.
So, and then Sharon has been the incredible mother that's raised without her husband, who died of cancer. David's a computer whiz from Purdue, sets up mainframes in buildings, and now is undergoing cancer treatment similar to mine. And I mentioned Betsy, who's doing a lot of writing and documentaries, and women's groups teaching men to write their stories.
Wow, that's really neat.
And then the youngest, Jim, who is living with me right now and kind of watching it, and works for a security company.
Well, it sounds like they've all been successful in different ways. And
Different, we're individuals, we're not, and political views all over the map, and grandkids watching them and get really involved. And Lucy Griswold is a school teacher in Austin, Texas. I watch her get involved in getting her students involved in high school, and it's really amazing. And she's very definite about how she feels and how they, she plays games with them. She'll take a headline and make it relevant today in their lives.
that's so important to
watch,
do. Yeah.
Watching how they have developed the grandchildren, the great grandchildren.
Yeah. Your family's expanding. Well, I'd also read a couple articles, and I failed to mention it, so I was triggered about it when I saw it in your book here. But I think it was an interim session, and I'm not sure what year it was, but where you were on the child support committee.
Oh, yes.
And it sounded like that was very controversial.
Oh, my gosh. Yes.
So I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about when that took place and why it was so controversial.
And I didn't write about getting shot at, did I?
There was a little bit about that in there, so I want to hear more about that too. And eat, please, whenever.
It's okay. Well, that's what I told her. I'll probably take this and give it a shot of when I get home. It's just totally amazing. It's pretty basic, and the child support was a big thing. And I have to say this one thing: Steve Goldsmith worked on a lot as prosecutor, going after parents who were not paying their child support, and
that was like a pet issue of his.
Yeah, it was his too, because there's a lot of tax dollars that are paid when a parent who is working, and often, unfortunately, it's the dad. And sometimes they're such angry with a divorce that they just leave the state and they'll take their business. So the thing is it up to us as Marion County taxpayers to pick up theirs, or any taxpayer to pick up? These children need support, and the mother maybe doesn't have her education, doesn't have a job, has a house she can't support. So how do you do that and make it fair without them going on to what's called aid for dependent children, which is being sucking out of the Social Security system? And that's, it's like you're going to get it either way as a taxpayer, because because the people are paying in taxes.
Right.
There's not going to be Social Security, and well, we're finding ourselves in that way right now in 2018. It's amazing. But it's like you can fix something early on, and you really try to get it out, or you really pay the cost later on. And so the child support was a really big one. How much was uncollected that was on the books, and yet the money was going in, and often it was through Medicaid and Social Security. And so that's where I really worked on listening to both sides of it, and there were, it's quite interesting because I've had kids now my own. Some of them have divorced, and some have been angry in the divorce, and you see some of this fed up and how the games are played, and it's both ways. So what's fair, and that's what the men would come to the committee, and they'd be angry because they'd say, I give her money, but I go get groceries and I put them in the house, or I go do this, and yet now she's filed against me, based on the law, she's filed against me because they're not paying anything to her to manage the house and pay for all this. But I am paying actually more than that, but there's no record of it.
Right.
So that was really controversial. Yeah. And it was during that meeting that roughly at 9 o'clock at night, someone shot through my bedroom window from the sidewalk or the street right here.
Well, so in the book you said that you saw like the bullet later or the hole, but were you there at the time?
I was there it was the night. So the next morning, the man that was doing the trim on the house, he had climbed up to start the trim that morning, and so when he came back the next day, he said, "Who shot through your house?" I said, "What are you saying?" And he said, "Well, come out here," and he showed me how. When he climbed up, the shade on the front window where it broke down like 3/4. He said a bullet hole is going through your window, the shade, the screen, and he said, "I'll tell you, if you lodged about 6 feet up, because the trajectory is this."
Yeah.
So he said, "It'll be in the wall." And I said, "Well, I heard something hit." I was reading in bed. It was 9 o'clock. He's 9:15. Reading probably bills in bed. Yeah. I said I heard a thud, but I thought it was like an acorn dropping or something because the squirrels, so we have big trees there. I thought it was an animal. And so I said, "Sure, you can go up and look." That was in the morning. So he comes up and he said,
"Oh my God!"
I said, I saw that this morning when I was just ready to go out the bedroom. I thought it was a bug. I thought, well,
yeah.
But so he said, "You got to call the police." So I called. I went down to the state house, Bob Barton, when he said, had I talked to my secretary, and she had one put through her window, and she lived in, I don't remember, like the Lawrence Township, way out. And then he said, and also a lawyer who testified, a woman lawyer who testified, whose husband was on the other side of it. This woman testified also, and her office is in Greenwood, where they were shot at.
Is in where?
Greenwood.
Oh, Greenwood.
Yeah, she testified in it. So it was
So they were targeting people.
Yeah, who was there that day? It was targeting me. It was my secretary.
Yeah.
The woman who testified. It was the issue. It was really more about the issue than that. And so the police came, and I said, I don't want it in the paper. You know what? I'm going to be putting this house on the market. They said, well, you've got to not stay here because no one's here with you. It's a house with like 6 or 7 extra entrances. It's an old fashioned. And they just said, you can't stay here. And that's what I moved furthermore. And I also was getting a person who stalked me.
Yeah. So do you think the stalker and that was the same person or not?
Well, the police thought it could have been because at one point they'd taken a gun permit from him when he showed up at Dan Quayle. This was in like 88, a Danville rally here nearby, and they took a gun from him, and they told me I had to get a restraining order against him. And that was now like several years later, because he showed up at my door like at 5 o'clock at night on a Sunday night. And, it was initially really frightening. And I didn't realize who it was. I thought it was my neighbor walking away, and I said, Gene Wilkinson. Turned out it was this guy. Turned around, I slammed the door, then locked it, and called. And did I not call the police? No, I called my board chairman. I said, Alice, you don't know what's just happened. She said, well, quickly call the police. And that's when they said, this is too big for you to stay here.
Yeah.
And too easy. He said, the lines can be cut. There's no, you have lines go in the house. You don't really have an alarm system.
Yeah.
You have the dog, which is good. So then I did expedite moving.
Yeah. Well, I want to come back to that issue, but talking about moving, so kind of walk me through where you went, because I know, so you sold this house, and then where did you go?
To a place called the Overlook. And someone who would work at my campaign, she was moving actually to a home. Her name was Nancy Ayers, and I used to work at Ellis Ayers when I was young, and this Nancy Ayers was the daughter of a friend of hers. Was one of the owners. But anyway, Nancy was just a great person, and I looked at her home, and I thought, oh my gosh, yes, one door is.
Yeah. So was it a condo or was it a standalone house?
Well, it's a home, but it had like a home now. It has another attached home to it.
Oh.
And Governor Orr lived in that neighborhood, right around the corner, 2 houses down.
Okay. Wow.
And
is that what you referred to in the book as like your Stratford Hall home or something like that? Okay.
Stratford Hall, yes.
Okay, that's what I was just trying to figure out. And then, so did you stay there until you went to Wilmette?
Then I was there from like 92 or 3. 92. Right at the I was doing a whole lot of things.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for my 4-H years, because it taught you to hold, and my parents who taught me to manage a lot of projects at once. I was never satisfied in 4-H with just having 1 or 2 things.
Yeah, you had to have.
I wanted to see, I'd go through, and then Dad would say you have to complete them. Saying I'm going to do them is one thing.
Yeah.
So, I tended to, I'm thinking about that. And I usually carried a heavy load of a lot of the not-for-profits would rely on me, and sometimes I'd have to hand off legislation that I worked on really long and strong and over several years. And then, because I'm holding another piece that might be an education piece, I would say to like Senator Lansky, it's all ready to go, then you take it. And so then she gets to be off of it. And but that's not what it's about. It's about getting the piece through that's good for voters in your district.
Right. So however it can get through.
Yeah, so that's, you see, I worked on a lot of different things. Ever getting AIDS before the legislature was a no topic.
Oh, really? AIDS? Yeah.
AIDS, well, that was back when the fear was it's a blood disease and it's an ugly one, and then a kid that gets a transfusion is kicked out of school, not allowed to go. And I was thinking, let's find out the truth about this. And it wasn't a popular subject to talk about.
Were people just scared?
Yeah, they were scared that it's kind of like Ebola or a lot of these things. They were scared that, oh my gosh, I might get it. Well, it's like a lot of things.
So, did you have, was it Susan and Nick that lived in Wilmette, or what prompted the move there?
So, was this, I don't know the name of this stalker.
Yeah.
He finally found where I moved, and I started getting the phone calls again.
Up at the other house.
At the other house. And even my son Jim had the big shrub taken out the front door there, so put a low level, so that he was always looking at the safest place. It seems like he gave up a lot of what his dream was to always look out for me. But it was really interesting. This guy shows up, my voice, and where he had taken up all my video voice.
The answering machine?
And he'd take up the whole recording and say, it was nice. So the family said, I think it's time to get out of politics. just try to go away. And Susan and Nick bought a place for me near them, which was a condominium with a guard, with a security.
Yeah.
And where I was going to be close to grandchildren. And the grandchildren were convincing me.
They were what?
They were convincing me that they'd see a lot more of it.
Of course, of course.
So anyway, and that's what, but yes, they're the ones that convinced me. All the kids convinced me.
Yeah.
Which was hard. Because, you have your wonderful friends here. I was really excited about Teresa Lovers, who replaced me, watching her, and others,
Yeah.
And the issues to this day, it's like I hear about something I want to go to work on it.
Yeah.
But there's other ways to go to work on it.
Sure. So then you were in Wilmette and then you went to Florida at one point, right?
Well, when my parents' farm sold out in Gator Township, we all inherited a bunch of money.
Yeah.
And I had what I saved from this home here. And I thought, okay. And my daughter Sharon was in Naples. And I had a very good friend from Indianapolis who was also in this little retirement program. It's not a retirement, it's just it's right on the Gulf. It's a beautiful spot. But Nancy Seeley, who's been one of the longest lasting friends, and Jane Carter, who lived on Sanibel, they all said, just consider coming down here. Well, found one that was affordable. So Nancy Seeley's the one that said, hey, one's coming up where we live. There were 30 units, and one of them came up as about 1,200 square feet. Perfect.
Yeah.
And then I had remarried in the meantime. That was the other thing. And
So did you meet John Williams, right? Did you meet him in Illinois or in Florida?
Illinois. I'd never known him. We were going to Susan was chairing the lyric opera, something with that. And so opening night, she had kind of sell tickets, and she said, Nick and I are giving you a table that will seat, it's like 5 couples. Yeah. But she said, you're not to invite a woman. They'll find a man that'll go. And I said, well, how do you find one that loves the opera? But I said, I've been a widow for a lot of years then, 14 years. But friends introduced him to me, and they said now he's handicapped and that his polio's come back. Well, then I find out some other things are wrong. But then I found a whole lot of things that were right about him. It was really fun. Had an incredibly brightest mind I'd ever been around. And he had headed the probate section of Sidley Austin, one of the largest law firms in the world, and taught many of the lawyers, probate law that was equal for both parents, which was interesting, something I worked on back in India. So we had a lot of things we could talk about, and I thought, and then the friends that said, well, the other thing, he also loves the opera. He and his wife always had tickets, and she died suddenly of pancreatic cancer, and he's getting ready to go into a assisted living or retirement. Well, we met, and it was fun. And all of my friends from Indianapolis who also went up there thought it was fun. And then he started asking me to do things, but saying, oh, by the way, I don't drive. I'm legally blind. You can't do this. I love to play golf. You couldn't do that. I love to hike. You couldn't do that. But man, was he fun to be with.
So that outweighed anything else.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
It was like a graceful period in my life. And everyone that knew him just said, wow, it just really was a wonderful person.
Great. And so then did you move together to Florida?
Well, I had bought my place in Florida. So when we were married, he had a really beautiful condo in Winnetka, which was big and wonderful. Mine was little and wonderful in that I facing Lake Michigan. You could walk to the beach.
Oh, wow.
And it's 2 blocks from less than 2 blocks from my daughter. And so I said, I have a better location, even though the second bedroom he sold his, moved in with me. And then the next thing is, then when my parents, he had some really good advice about my parents' place when it was city and state was trying to get the land, and they were condemning things around it, and then he said, look, you're going to get what they pay you unless you get a good lawyer. So he helped me find someone here in Indianapolis.
Oh, wow.
Who turned out to be someone. I said the name he brought up. He said she's one of the best there is. The other one worked for Ice Miller, but they do a lot for the city lawyers. So, and I said, well, the one from Ice Miller you're recommending was a roommate of Susan's in law school. Said they have the group in their home. It was like 5 of them. And I said, and the other one you're recommending had been a reporter for the Indianapolis Star. She worked for AP, but she always made me good. She wrote complete. She said good things and bad things about. This is who opposed it. This is who. And I said that she just really, Jane Carroll, I would really trust her, and so called her. She took the case. She knew a whole lot of what to do, and she just kept saying, "Don't accept it, don't accept it." And pretty soon came with something that was so ridiculous you couldn't believe it. Wow! By the family.
Yeah.
I had money to buy the place in Florida.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking about moving there. Now John and I weren't married yet, so he hadn't moved in. I've kind of skipped it.
Yeah.
Sounds like we did not go half.
Yeah.
but I bought the place in Florida, and then he proposes right after that. He said, "You're going to disappear. I won't see you again. I think we should get married." I said, "Okay." That was easy. And I thought, what did I just say? But anyway, so he moved to my place. I bought it in March. He proposed like in June. We're married in October.
Well, that's a great picture of your families all together at the wedding. So,
and it was good.
Yeah. And so then, did you both go to Florida?
Yes, then we did, and then we were there, and then we come back up to Wilmette.
Oh, so you did the snowbird type thing?
Yes, I'm still domiciled in Florida because that's what I own, and I haven't changed it back to here.
Okay, gotcha.
And I don't know if you want, maybe I've said why I moved back here.
You have, but let's go ahead and get that too.
Well, I moved back. First of all, it feels like this is home. Like I walked in here, this attitude restaurant, and I thought, oh my gosh, I was here when they first opened. Look how they improved the neighborhood. And I felt like this feels like home too.
Yeah.
And the thing is, in Florida, it still feels like a vacation spot. The weather's the same all the time. And you have beautiful beach and all that, but I still love trees and woods since that's what I grew up with.
Yeah.
And really love the trees, the coloring, and
well, and the property you have now is beautiful with that too.
Well, it is, and that's the other thing. I didn't intend to. One day I was visiting my daughter Betsy, who lived nearby, and I was just out walking to get my exercise, and this house said for sale, please come in or something like that. It'd been on the market for a long time, and this was like in November, excuse me, and I'm thinking maybe it was earlier than November, but I'm thinking, wow, it was more like September. Walked in, and then I saw the lake out there. It was so beautiful. And then I thought, I have enough money, I could do that. Being an investment broker was really the smartest thing I've ever done. Learn all the things about econ that I really love, but when you put it into, and so I was a saver. I knew how to put it into the IRAs and take less money. When I was in the legislature, you could defer $2,000 a year of your $9,500 income. It's more than that now.
Yeah, I bet.
But anyway, so then you put that into a separate, and then the tax when it comes out, well, that was just good. Anyway, those were all positives.
Yeah.
I had the money to buy back here.
Right.
I had a prenuptial with John, so there's X amount that was established in '04 that he would pass to me, or what I would. Now he had more savings than I did. Because he lived in my home,
Yeah.
and he didn't have his home. Anyway.
And so then,
Bought back here. Well, I didn't buy right then. I couldn't get this house out of my mind, and I called her like December 14th and said, and the realtor was an owner too. She and her husband. They wanted to go to Florida. They wanted to get out of that house. And I made it ridiculous. I called her. I said, I've been thinking about your house, and I really do like it. Wonder if you would take it. I asked for $100,000 less than what they were listing it at. And she said, no, let me think about that. And she said, well, we'll leave the furniture. Well, I said, well, I'm going to have to furnish it. I can't do that.
yeah.
And she said, we'll leave the furniture. And again, I didn't think, I just said, okay. So kind of like getting married, I made a fast decision.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's some family things that came up. And
Sure. And so you also wanted to come back here because of the doctor, right? This is amazing. 4 months later, after I bought this place, we knew something was going on with my blood work, and finally down there, my personal physician recommended that an oncologist, which my doctor in Wilmette also had done, a hematologist, but I moved from there in Florida, didn't do anything about it. So when I went to the hematologist, they broke down, and then they went to do a bone marrow test, and they did the bone marrow test, and found out I had multiple myeloma, which is not curable, but it's treatable. And that's amazing. And so the doctor there was lining up my treatments, and my daughters were there, and she's telling them. And she said, and I said, oh, I had one. So that was June. I said, well, or May. Well, when did the treatment start? She said, we need to start right now. And I said, well, I wanted to go back to Indianapolis. I had just bought a place back there, like in January. And she said, oh my God. She said, the world's best hematologist. That's her business. She said, the very most renowned in research in myeloma is with Indiana School of Medicine, Cancer Center in Indianapolis. Wow. She said, his name is Dr. Abenauer, and this Dr. Abenauer, who is just the most incredible. And so she said, and Susan said, well, she called right away, made contact. He's going to see me next week. So like May 31st, I visit him. And this person, who has people coming in from all over the world to be treated here, he somehow makes room for you. And then he analyzes all the work that's been done from Wilmette to here, and comes up with a treatment plan. And man, and he said, it was so amazing that he said, so here's the bad news, it's not curable. And then he said, but the good news is it's treatable. So let's say I'm 82 then. And he said, well, based on your really good health, you never smoked, you really didn't drink. He said, your body, all of your vital organs are very healthy. He said, what I see is, I'll give you 20 years. I said, that might be a little long. But he gives everyone hope. Yeah. And that's really what he wants. Wow. That's amazing that he's here, right?
And he's here in Indianapolis. And, he should be one of the state's big economic, if they talk about economic development, we forget to talk about the medical teams that are here. And the best that get brought in, but this person, other cancer places have been trying to get him to come in. And he also does a huge fundraiser, which is such a neat thing, to raise funds for research for this multiple myeloma. So it's like he owns them. So he does a bicycle with a group of patients and family friends from the they'll come from Columbus, they'll take 2 days to come from Columbus, Ohio to Indianapolis. Then they have a big dinner, and then he tells the ladies about multiple myeloma. So he does a lot of trying to raise money for research so that people can afford to get the treatments.
Wow, that's really amazing. Well, I didn't realize you had bought the house first. I thought you bought the house after,
No,
but that's...
I bought it first.
Wow.
And then it's just, well, yeah, this is why I think it is truly amazing. I don't know what's going to happen next week or next week, but it's like because of meeting you, things happen because of where you live, what you've done. He comes from a Syrian background. He was born and raised in Damascus. Parents were originally Palestinians who had to leave there. So there's quite a history there. His mother and I become very good friends. And she is the sweetest. And I said, just thank you for your son and your other children. You're raised because here he is, here in this country, doing so much for so many. And watching the patients that come in when we do the infusion, it's like my kids always feel sorry when I'm going, and I should milk them. And it said, I'm just cheerful. And they said, I don't get it. Why are you so? They said, well, all those RNs in there are really like your friends. And I said, and the other thing is, they have great snacks.
So important, so important.
Snacks are really good.
That's funny. One thing, actually, why don't you eat a few bites? I'm going to get a warm up on coffee. Can I get you some as well?
Yeah, just like a squirt in there, because you know what, does cool down. Okay, I'm careful because I don't want to choke.
So just a little bit? Okay, I'll pause that. Hit that again. So we had talked last time about the 1996 U.S. congressional run. That's where you were running against Julia Carson. But I didn't realize you had run in '98 as well.
So I know it, and it's really ridiculous.
So would you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, tried to decide run or not run. People saying run, and I still had some money left in the pot. We didn't raise, you raised a lot of money, but then it wasn't millions of dollars you had raised. And I, coming from a financial background, I'd say, I think this is what it would take. And others helped me to say yes. So I didn't say yes. I knew I wouldn't get the campaign manager I had last time because I won't say anymore. But you really need a campaign manager who doesn't, it's not about that person, it's about you. And you're the best spokesman for yourself. And it's really unfortunate because people try to manage the candidate and then they if they don't come across as well, it happens in national, all over elections. So I then finally got Luke Messer, who's now in Congress. And Luke said, he's a little more, we're not alike on all the issues, but I knew he was a smart person. He had worked in my campaigns before, and he was honest as could be, and just I knew his background. His mother recommended that if you ever get a chance to work, that's what he said to me. My mother said, if you ever get a chance to work, because it came from a mother that raised 4 boys. That was it. With maybe a divorce or something that happened like that. So, but we started late. We didn't raise money, and I was pretty confident that, well, I ran so big the last time that this Blakenbaker who owned a jewelry store, who had some terrible things, and we did the research, he had some terrible things in his background, that if they came out, people would just, and they should have come out, but not by me. And it was really interesting, I'm trying to remember the person they brought in who ran his campaign.
You have the name in here. Let me find it.
Yeah.
I feel like it was like Rick or something.
Yes, it was
like Rick.
Well,
Richard.
It was,
So you worked with these guys.
and he used to be on TV a lot for
Ralph Reed.
yes, came in and my cockiness got in the way at the Republican Township meeting where we were both there. And afterwards, Hoffman says, "Oh, I want you to meet my campaign manager, Ralph Reed." Like that'd be intimidating. Well, I saw him on TV all the time. And I said, which I shouldn't, I said, "Well, good luck finding any negatives about me."
Yeah.
Because I knew that's what they read as a negative. And that was not very nice for me to say. But that's what Bob Gard would say. You don't have anything in your background. It's like your sister says, you're kind of a boring background. But anyway, it's like he's challenged. That was just like I should have said that. It was like a challenge. And so then they come back with this horrible ad the last few days before the election, which is a very, very low turnout, which I should have won walking away. But it's like a lot of us, we think she's going to win. Don't worry. It's probably like right now. People think, well, that person's going to win. So there's so much this going on that but people don't show up to vote. They're on spring break. The kids, they didn't file for absentee. We didn't do any of that, basically. And then people began to believe, I really didn't believe in kids getting abortions without parents' consent, because that's the kind of ad they ran, which was so ugly.
Which, weren't they splitting hairs on that because your position was that you didn't want the young women to be hindered by finding both parents in single parents?
Especially when you know what? It's not up to we policymakers to say what's best for your end of look at the people sitting here.
Yeah.
Everyone has individual circumstances. They also have many of them have a doctor. They also have a minister or a priest. And who are we to say our laws are going to be above all of your laws? I know how I feel personally, but that's not what should be for every single person. And that's where I feel, why do we get involved when we have curbs that need to be fixed and road? We still need road work. We still need to build our neighborhoods better. And education, if there's any money, let's put it in the preschool. But let's not tell people this is what you shall or shall not do. We're now God, and that was my big problem with this.
And so I'm assuming that campaign tactic that he used hurt.
Well, and then they've continued to use it. Because when I would go to the polls, to election day, there'd be someone say, "I've always supported you. I didn't know that you believed in bond donation."
It's a shame. So then I'm assuming he was defeated by Julia Carson, right? Because she went all the way through 04.
Yes, and interesting, some of my supporters, I think of one from high school. Her husband became a really well-known doctor, a heart surgeon. She always worked in my campaigns. She was such a lovely woman, and she was very conservative in all her views. She was so angry about what they did that she worked in the Democrat campaign. Now that's where Republicans are. If Republicans want to win, you have to be a majority, and you can't keep saying you can't keep being God.
Well, that's really interesting too. Just thinking strategically for a campaign, if you slam the other candidate so much, you risk alienating that Republican base.
Yes, you do.
And that's a dangerous game.
Well, and my philosophy was always, and I tried to get that kind of a statement that I tried to get that in the law, that a statement that you make could be what you stand for when you sign that, when you say I'm going to when you're the candidate, and then so that you're always talking about what your vision is instead of that other person. But look at right now what's going on in Indiana. This is 2018, and it's about the other person. All the ads are about the other person. So who could say the worst thing last wins, probably.
Right.
And that's just, I don't get it.
I don't either.
But anyway, that's what it became. And that's when my family said, "Hey, God, do you want to keep doing this?" And especially it was grandchildren. Skating noise, 7 or 8. And she, when I went back to visit one weekend, she said, "Why do you even want to do this?" Maybe I told you that story.
I don't think so.
But she said, "Why?" She said, "You know, you would never see us." And I said, "Yeah, she's 7, and she's not known as being like a plus student. She's very much very common, good sense." And she'd say, when I said, "Well, on weekends when legislators go home," and she says, "Yes, but you're going to go home." You know, then I didn't own a place up there. She said, "You're not going to ever see us. We're not going to be down in Indianapolis every weekend, and you're going to miss me growing up." And she said, "I know that's selfish," and she said, anyway, but she said, "I know I do hope you win." Well, then the election, then Susan has her kids all write notes, and Skaty said, "Yeah, I'm really sad about you losing, but not very." And James Noyes, his was almost the same thing, and his mother didn't know what they said in that letter that they wrote to me.
That's sweet, funny. Well, and back to that campaign too, Hoffmeister, he wouldn't do the campaign pledge, right?
You know what? No, he was in it. And here's what's really interesting. His business, they put ads on. They never advertised. I don't think they've advertised since. But all during the time of that campaign, they put the business ads up, just like, which is they should be illegal. You know, your business has never advertised. Now we have Hoffmeister ads on all the time. Your jewelry, the family jewelry, the family values jewelry, the people who look out for you. You know, and I think this is amazing. But this primary is one that I should have walked away with. And it's a little bit like Senator Lugar, what happened to him last time. He has this heavy-duty legislation throughout his talk about arms treaties and getting things. And now we have a president that's talking about just undoing these arms treaties today as we sit here. And you know, Senator Lugar, who then, they took something, said, he's always in Washington. What does he own? Well, unless you're a multimillionaire, you don't own property here in Washington.
Right.
You're going to be there, and where are you going to put your kids? So he and Lee Hamilton, probably two of the most brilliant political people out of Indiana, and to have him go down by someone, the people that don't know the name of the guy now, but who ran an ugly ad. And again, it dealt with either abortion or, you know, they always take these ugly things.
You use it as sort of scare tactics.
Yeah, scare tactics. And that's going to do the Republican Party in, I would think. But I don't know. It doesn't, you know what, it doesn't make a lot of Republicans want to hurry to the vote.
Yeah.
If they're still calling themselves Republicans. And you know, you feel like you're born. What you're born is like it's like my dad said, who are we to decide what a person is going through with some of these difficult issues if it's not affecting the greater society? I'm thinking, but that's the problem.
Yeah.
So Indiana, we still build more highways, we still build more bridges, but we're not rehabbing what there was. And I will say, Mitch Daniels did a really good job of trying to find and build and repair bridges. And you know, he's good for Purdue and too sad for the country that he's still not there. But he's influenced a lot of people.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I certainly don't want to end on this note, but I am a little bit more curious. So I'll ask another question in a minute. But I am a little bit more curious about the stalker. Was it because of your political beliefs, or because I think I read an article, and I'm assuming this is the same person, that he was stalking other people in the city as well.
Oh, yes, there were like a lot of what is it when you get home? What does the police tell you to get?
Like restraining order?
Yeah. There were a lot of people who got a restraining order horrible against them, including Susan Bai at the governor's residence, including the priest over at 46 and Illinois. That's where apparently they were Catholic, but there was a divorce and dealt with violence. And then he was mentally ill, declared mentally ill. Then he would get back on his medicine, and then he'd go off the medicine and not refill. He lived with his mother, so she couldn't control what he was doing. He was stalking people, including Tom Griswold, and Q95 was a interesting station. Still is. And you know, and what's really interesting, Tom's the one that first worried because when Richard died, and people are there at my home, and he comes to the door all dressed in a business suit, and I didn't know him. I didn't know who was doing some of this stuff. And Tom says, yes, he's the one that stands with a chicken down in front of Planned Parenthood with his chicken and says, stop abortion. He says he's nuts. He says he's done things at the station. And he says, you've got to get a restraining order. We have one. And so I had people warning me to get a restraining order. He showed up at A.G. Edwards after I left one day in the summer. And State House a lot of times. And Maury would say, who's that nut up there? And I'd say, oh my gosh. And so got the restraining order.
So was he supposedly fueled by like religion or politics or it's unclear?
Well, if you're mentally ill, who knows?
That's true.
And the thing is, there were laws saying that you can't, the doctor can't disclose, the parents can't disclose. He's an adult, he can check himself out. And there's something wrong with that. He could still get a gun, unless, I mean, we don't have a good method of shutting that down.
Yeah, well, that must have been very scary. Can't imagine that.
You know, I didn't really think about it so much. But the gunshot was that. That got to me.
I can imagine that would be the case.
And you know, that's where the Gifford, Representative Gifford, Democrat from
Gabby
Phoenix,
Gifford.
Kathy Gifford. Pretty amazing. There she was. She's a moderate. She wasn't even a radical either. You know, she just really represented her. I identified with her a lot on the issues. And for this idiot to go Walmart, excuse me for saying it, could go to Walmart and get a rifle that has a distance thing on it and shoot her and almost kill her and others. It just neighborhood people just be like, and no one does anything about it.
And it makes you feel like you can't go anywhere. You know, everywhere is unsafe.
Right, and then you worry about kids in school. I mean, what is this? It's totally something skewy, and yet nothing gets done. That's the other thing, nothing gets done.
Well, maybe that's a good question to sort of have here towards the end of, even though you're out of politics, you're still very passionate about the issues. Do you have advice for people wanting to make a change?
And so someone who really has, you know, to stay every single day, and I would join up in that in a minute. The one that I was going on before, and I talked to Reverend Hamilton, Dr. Hamilton about it, and we knew several people who for high profile names would also join in there. It was grandmother's march against, and it was not against. They're marching for better gun legislation. You know, when you know that each person in this room is allowed to buy a gun a month by law, that's weird. And when does a person today that's sitting there normal and something just sends them off to Wacko land tomorrow and they still have their guns, and then grandpa dies with his 20 guns in the house, and what if the family just distributes them? What do they do? There's nothing about how do you, but I just think the grandmothers, and everyone has a grandmother, right? And if the grandma's not allowed, maybe the great-grandmother's still alive. But then march, and it'd be like the Million Grandmas March. But on state houses first, and then on, Washington if we had to. But that's where I was headed before I started my Loma treatments.
Yeah. Well, there's still time for that too.
There is time. Yes, there is. There's still, are encouraging, and I do make donations, personal donations to some of these issues.
It kind of reminds me a little bit too of in the 60s, this is a different issue, but when mothers would march against nuclear, armament and stuff like that.
Drug driving.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
there were some, I was looking through some of my legislation and how it's worded in there isn't exactly the way it was. It was like voting. There was with guys out there, voting and drinking. When should the laws be the same, and should they not be like you could be arrested if you're inebriated? Yeah. But no, the laws were different.
Yeah.
And so you put laws down, and then what gets through maybe it's not what you really intended. It might usually a lot.
Yeah.
And that is the thing. The legislation. You just need to keep coming back with it and find people who are passionate about it. And for citizens to feel like they can get involved. And they can, like I was just spending my time over here at school, 70th at P2O meetings, and then the Boy Scouts, and then the Girl Scouts. And then we tried to start a 4-H if I could, and for swimmers this summer. You work in your neighborhood, but to get enough. Now it's millions of dollars to run, even for a little local office. Something's really crazy.
Yeah. Well,
I still think there's a way to do it.
Yeah, there are ways. Well, I think that's the main questions that I had from our last session. Are there other things that you want to talk about, or that we haven't covered, or that you remembered?
One of the things I really loved doing after the legislature, and I moved to Wilmette, was through the League of Women Voters, and it was getting a strong neighborhood League of Women Voters. They had established, one of the women had established, she was a lawyer that was kids getting involved in government in the 8th grade. So our local grade school went up to the 8th grade. So I took over the program of 8th graders involved in government and went to each of the offices, and we said, this woman wrote the program. Someone was mayor, not for the day, it was for the semester. And so the school would take the bus, they'd take these kids from their collecting, and it was all the schools, the Catholic schools, the Jewish synagogue schools, the Protestant, and then the grades of the schools themselves.
Yes.
So they had a good cross mixture. All the students were represented. Their schools could select someone, and then that someone would be the one that would go in to be the mayor. But it was for the semester. And then each time there were however many local council members there were. There was one kid for each one, and so they would learn everything about your job as a councilman and go in and sit with you during the meetings. That was after hours at school. These were 8th graders, and public safety. There was someone who said that. There was a sheriff. There was a parks department head, and then all the people who served on. So it gave a lot of space for a whole lot of kids to be represented. And it wasn't all the same day because parks board meets on one day, public safety another, the mayor. It turned out to be so invigorating, and these kids got so involved. So then they move on to high school and they're really involved in student government. But that was then a friend of mine who was an old college roommate was now dean of the School of Education at Harvard, and she wanted me to serve on the rural education, National Rural Education Committee, and where schools are lacking, they're so far remote, and they call it rural, but it might be one that's on an island off of the East Coast, a school. And so then this was written, that was for like in 19, I'm going to say, no, 2000, maybe 2 or something, 2 or 3, when I got involved with the Rural Education Committee, and we went to meetings all over the country.
Oh, wow.
Trying to get better funding for these little unique places instead of saying, well, there's not enough students, we now consolidate you into, say, all of Washington Township.
Right.
Even though you're away on some little island, it's always the main thing is we've taught people to be, maybe run a boat or something.
Yeah.
So that was that. So I'm going to give you that. That's a real concise background of what I wrote for that. And then this was, I can remember sitting with Teresa Lovers, and they told me that I entered the mayor's race so late. Already they had chosen who it would be for mayor.
Right.
And I'm right, so they said write a letter to send to the precinct committeeman. So this was a letter to the precinct committeeman of why I was running. And I've made a copy so you can do it and then just shred it. But there's personal information about years or family members or something. Yeah. And here's another. So that would be, so the one is like 2002. That'd be more like 2001 or 2002 because I got really involved with the League of Women Voters up there. And then this one was 91. And then this one was like 83. And why that one was interesting to come through, and that got wet. And you can just put, you keep this liquor bottle full. Then you can throw all just shred stuff that you want.
Sure.
But you might have this one already.
I haven't seen this one, I don't think.
Hortense Myers, this was really interesting. Hortense Myers was an AP reporter, and turns out I learned after my dad was my first page. Hortense was covering, and she came up later and she said, your dad was my 4-H leader way back. Yeah. And like she's in her 50s or 60s. Yeah. So that was it. Dad would be like 83 or something. Yeah. So she wanted to interview me, and these were issues these were some of the thorny things I worked on that were. I just took an issue that wasn't fair. It would be like the issue of moms go to work at 8:30 in the morning, and a lot of them are teachers, and the kids don't go until 9:40. Come on now, what's wrong with this picture? Yeah. And and everyone's saying, stupid, that's what's wrong with it. So how do we get it changed? And we get it changed usually without legislation, but the threat of legislation, that's why we got some IHSA rules changed. There was a student in my district named Jenny Purdy, and as a little kid, she showed her affinity for tennis. She didn't have any brilliant tennis stars in her background, but she had, and I'll be darned, her, at the end of her 8th grade, 17 magazine was a magazine for girls, and 17 magazine offered, tennis tournaments. And she won the 17 magazine, which were tennis people from all over who were kids. Yeah. They were kids. So she's now a freshman at North Central, and the IHSA said that she didn't get anything from that other than a trophy. Like me in 4-H, I got a trophy or I got a blue ribbon. She got a ribbon for winning. Yeah. And they come back and she could not play tennis with her high school team because she was a professional. She's too, she's a winner of nationally. I said, okay, so if a person wins the national math contest for all 8th graders, are they not allowed now to enter a math contest their freshman year? Yeah. Oh, well then I could get a pass that they cannot require kids in amateur things. They cannot give them the right to not participate in their high school sports. Yeah. And I had the votes to pass. The day of that election, the head of it, IHSA, someone anyway big at IHSA appears and actually is on the floor of the Senate, which is illegal, but talking to O'Bannon, Frank. And Frank apparently was a girlfriend of this person. Frank changed his vote, but it didn't pass. It was an equal vote. It was an equal vote, but then that next summer, ISSA had the rule before it. I took Jenny Purdy down to Columbus for their meeting, and her parents were with me at the time, and they let that rule disappear.
Yeah, well, it might be different, like you said, if she got like thousands of dollars or something, but she wins a trophy.
Yeah, and you know what? And this is so that's kind of about some of these. Some of these are the way they're set. The thing on prostitution was something I didn't really understand.
Yeah,
I grew up in a different era, and didn't even hear that word when I was on the farm in Indiana, out in the rural area. But here we are dealing with. And it was around 16th and Penn that literally women were jumping out in front of cars. And my husband's now public safety, and he's a prude too. And he said, Virginia, you can drive there. I've driven with the sheriff, and they'll show me, the police chief, and they'll show me how they literally jump out in front of cars. I said, well, they sound pretty desperate. Probably some bad things have happened in their lives. But anyway, it dealt with, okay, so nearby there's a trashy, kind of a lot of crime was going on in the bookstores. And then we call them X-rated. Well, now my daughter Betsy, who kind of writes, I call them X-rated stuff. Boy, how things have changed. But it's a whole different, there's not drug dealing going on that we know of. But anyway, that's where,
that's funny.
That was a big thing. And of course, the moral majority should have loved that one, even though they hated me.
Yeah, I see that.
But anyway, you can throw that away afterwards too.
No, I haven't seen this article, so I'll read through that.
But this thing on mayor was pretty much why I was running for mayor, and I had to really think about that when I wrote it. See, it was up from my home, and I said we'd save money by just working in the basement of my home, which was good.
Yeah.
And you know, way to save on your, I'd say if you're saving on your campaign, it'll tell you how you'd act with government.
Yeah.
You find ways.
Right.
But you know, this business, I'm really angry about this thing of your son. I'm going to worry about that one.
Don't worry about it. We'll get it figured out. But it's just a silly time frame.
In running for mayor, I had Colonel Cap, who's the superintendent of schools in Indianapolis, who's handing out my stuff. The ISTAs. You know, some of those people, like Nancy Pappas, you know, lining up volunteers. And I'm thinking, so you have the teachers group, the superintendent, and my principals all were handing out my stuff in their districts.
Yeah.
And I thought, so, and as my kids said, you go on, don't worry about it. You know, meaning, when people support you, because they know that you could. One thing that when we talked about this school, it's something that Maury headed up was the budget for schools and how they manipulated that. I would take, most legislators would not go into the financials of how that's figured out.
Well, I'm going to stop the recording here. Thank you so much for meeting again.